Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I have 10 a.m. Thought I'd check in. I'm hearing from our experts that we're all good to go from a technology standpoint. We've got 7 of 8 board members present. And as far as we can tell, the technology is up and running and we're ready to go. A couple quick things before I make kind of those opening statements. One, obviously, as everyone knows, for those of you from the public that are attending, we at OPPD are taking the COVID situation extraordinarily seriously. So we're going to continue to hold these meetings today and next week, or excuse me, on Thursday online. So bear with us as we work our way through this technology. I think everybody is getting used to, but simultaneously potentially tired of interacting with one another via computer screen, but this is where we are, and we're going to do our best to make this as seamless and productive as possible. Secondly, to everyone, just a reminder to reduce background noise, please mute. And we'll continue to use the hand raise function that worked really well last month, and so we'll continue to do that as well. And lastly, before I get into my script, happy Election Day. If you haven't voted, please do. And if you need assistance finding out whether or not your ballot successfully made it to where it needs to go, let us know. I can certainly help you with that. Hit me up on social media and I can point you in the right direction. Okay, here we go. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on May 8th, 2020. Thanks everybody for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise to members of the public. Thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host, and she will assist you today. Today we will hear the following committee reports. Director Bogner will cover the Finance Committee. Director Mulhoff will lead the System Management Nuclear Oversight. Director Yoder will handle public information, and finally Director McGuire will handle governance. We also have 2 items to discuss in closed session today. Those will occur at the conclusion of our public meeting. They include an update on the Power with Purpose and the CEO performance review. We will conduct a closed session in the afternoon. Mr. Burke, are you ready for the safety briefing?
Yes, I am. I believe on the screen in front of you, it's the from the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services, the 10 actions for every Nebraskan to be taking now to slow the spread of COVID-19. We presented this last month with some minor changes here, but I'll just take a couple seconds and allow people to see what's on that screen. For those of you that are just listening, stay 6 feet away, stay at home if you can. I mean, it's really about staying at home. Only think about grocery shopping once per week. Wear a cloth face covering in public, which I do as well. Work from home if at all possible. I'm in the office today, but normally I work from home. Hold conference calls or virtual meetings. It seems like that's what we're doing all the time. Stay home if someone in your house has an onset or a cough or shortness of breath or a fever, or you believe they're getting sick in any way. Wash hands often. Soap and water or alcohol-based sanitizer. Wash hands right before you eat. And I will tell you, we sent out a notice to our employees on alcohol-based sanitizers to be very careful if you do that and then you're around open flames or around sparks or around anything like that. There's been incidences in the industry where people have been burnt and impacted by alcohol-based sanitizer, and then being next to an open flame or next to a spark and having a concern or issue. Please wash your hands right before you eat. Cover your nose and mouth if you cough, or cover it with a tissue, or cough into your elbow or inside of your elbow, and clean and disinfect frequently touched objects and surfaces. So With that, that includes our safety briefing today. Please look around you and make sure if you have cords around your tables or chairs or desks, please don't hesitate in this example to just get up and stretch a little bit if you're sitting for long periods of time for circulation and for kind of muscle structural issues. So with that, that concludes my safety briefing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. Echo the all of the safety guidance that Mr. Burke just provided, and I'll add, we have a long agenda today, so we'll probably be taking somewhat frequent and brief, just kind of stand up and stretch meetings. I know how long it can get. And some of you, I know when we're in committee meetings, just kind of roam a little bit, so you don't have that luxury today. But we'll definitely be taking some regular breaks to make sure that everybody can stretch and stay healthy a little bit. Okay, we are on to the Finance Committee report. So Director Bogner, you are up.
All right, thank you. Can you all hear me? Yes, okay, got a thumbs up from Burke. We're good. Okay, so we have several items to cover today, but I think what I wanted to do here is spend the first several minutes getting some feedback from our fellow board members that are not from the Finance Committee about a proposal that's being contemplated to make a revenue neutral revision to the current rate 110 and rate 115, our residential rates. So I wanted to provide some background a little bit to tee this conversation up and also kind of bring the any public that's watching up to speed. So while we're not going to get into the technical details about Project RAIN today, we will discuss it in terms of what it will allow us to do with residential rates in the future. So for public following along, Project RAIN is a pilot program that's currently being tested to determine if the district can receive high quality data from individual meters that would allow the district to measure residential demand in addition to consumption. So why this is important is that the system would potentially be an alternative for us instead of investing in AMI technology, which tends to be very expensive, and would ultimately allow the district to move to a three-part rate structure that would allow us to more accurately reflect how each customer is using our system on their bills. Implementing that type of rate schedule is still several years off, likely the 2023, 2024 timeframe. But prior to that, we've been discussing a revenue neutral change to the residential block rate. Presently, the block rate is set up to reflect electricity becoming cheaper as you use more. This is known as a declining block. The proposal we're considering would revise rate 110 to have a flat summer rate similar to how the winter rate is currently written. Rate 115, which has 3 blocks, would be revised to 2 blocks. This change would reduce 85% of customers, it would reduce bills for 85% of customers, and it would ultimately probably reflect a couple dollars savings each month. The remaining 15% of customers that are generally extremely high users would likely see a $10 to $30 per month bill increase. Ultimately, this change would allow costs to be more fairly allocated to our customers that incur them. However, staff has heard our concerns about stakeholder outreach and engagement, and they have concerns about their capacity to roll this proposal out this calendar year. So today, the Finance Committee would like to hear the thoughts and concerns from the other 4 board members so we can continue to contemplate this proposal and take all perspectives into consideration. So for discussion for the next several minutes, what I'd like to hear about is what do you like about the rate proposal? What don't you? What concerns do you have about it? Should this rate change that benefits 85% of our customers be prioritized this year? Or should we hold off making this change in hopes that Project RAIN or some sort of similar technology will allow us to have a more sophisticated rate that aligns with a bigger OPPD rate strategy in several years? So with that, I'd like, hopefully that's enough background information to have this conversation meaningful. If we have any more questions, I can certainly help answer them. So I'm looking for Rick and Ann and Tim and if Mike's on. I don't see him yet, but if he's on, I would like to hear from him as well. So who would like to start?
Did you say my name first for a reason?
I did. You were the first face I saw on the screen.
Very good. So it wasn't about prompting conversation. Well, I think, honestly, I think I would like to probe a little bit more. I think you've given us a lot of good advantages and decision points there. My immediate reaction is to be supportive of a change sooner rather than wait for the technology transfer. So the change in rate sooner. I'm curious, you described the benefits, concerns, issues around customers. How does it impact, how would a rate change impact market changes? And by that, I guess maybe that's speaking too forcefully. How would it impact the adoption curve of energy efficiency technologies? How might it influence that kind of thinking among customers?
Okay, so I'll take that first, and then if senior management would like to weigh in or another finance committee member, please do so. The way that I view this is, since the declining block right now reflects electricity becoming cheaper as you use more, there's really not a financial incentive for our residential customers to curb their consumption. And so by going to a more flat rate that would apply to all customers in the summer months, then you're really paying for what you're using. And so it could incentivize or look favorable to start to invest in home efficiency upgrades or things like that. And there would be certainly the direct correlation with, if you're able to save how much you're using, then you are not going to pay as much on your utility bill. So there is a little, it's a more direct way, a more direct correlation between energy efficiency and what you're paying on your bill. Would anyone else like to add anything?
Now, this is Tim Burke. I would just add a couple things. One is it is a declining block rate, and certainly there'd still be savings on energy conservation measures. Obviously less savings because of the difference between the first block and the second block. There's also concerns from our perspective long term when we begin to think about our decarbonization strategy as people and how this will impact water heating, electric heating, those that may be identified on the system, those that may not be identified on the system. The other concern is, as we've talked back in 2016 or 15, that there's also low income on high use as well. And so I don't want us to lose that perspective that seemed to get lost in the several years ago, and I don't want to get lost here as well. And as Mr. Director Yoder has talked about before, there's also a higher use typically and a higher use of electrification in the rural areas. And so we just want to make sure that there is kind of a long-term strategy around this and how we should look at this and understand not just the immediate impacts, but the longer-term impacts as well. So I'll just share those thoughts.
Yeah, can someone remind me how to raise your hand too again on this? But I got a question real quick. When you talk about rural, was it at like ag users or heavy? Are they under this rate if you're a farmer or you're drying? Because I remember they were big users, but they were not business users or something. Doesn't this affect agriculture customers? And then also, this doesn't affect businesses, just homeowners, residential rates, right?
Right. This is only a residential rate discussion right now, but it does affect rural users that are on a residential rate, and um, and do things like grain drawing and other ag activities off of that residential meter.
Can they switch to be a commercial or do they have to be a residential?
So we talked about that there are a handful of customers that may not be on the right rate schedule. And I just want to acknowledge, I see Eric and Javier's hand up. So Javier, if you have something to add to this particular question, please chime in. And then we'll get to both of you in turn. So there is discussion about, are those users on the right rate schedule, and that work will take considerable effort from our customer service team to evaluate that usage, move those customers to the correct rates, but it won't necessarily address that top 15% of users. It won't address all of that. Would anyone else like to add more to that information?
If I may, Director Bogner, and I think that's a great point. There is, going back to Director Yoder's original question, is this an incentive for customers to implement energy efficiency measures to reduce their usage? And directionally, that comment is correct. However, as Director Bogner and Director Gay just alluded, there is a disproportionate amount of customers in the rural areas who would experience a bill increase of $10 or $30 or more than $30 per month. So the distribution among customers is not uniform. There is a disproportionate amount of customers in the rural areas who would be negatively affected by these with bill increases of 10 or 30 or more than $30 per month. And I think this reflects the comment that the Director Bogner was talking about, and maybe what Director Kay was referring to, which is customers who are on residential rate 110, but are also using that rate, for either farm operations or because of their the particular heating characteristics of the residents that doesn't necessarily allow them to have natural gas, or they're on propane, and instead of using propane, they're on electric heating. A number of reasons, but what I do want to share is that there is a disproportionate amount of customers in the rural areas who would be affected by these. To put some numbers to Director Bogner's percentages, we estimate this to be in the 10 to 15,000 customers who would experience at least a $10 increase per month. We believe that number is about 1,500 of those would be more than $30 a month. The concern that management has, and we've shared these with the finance subcommittee, is that without discussing the particulars of elimination of the block rates, which again there are lots of pros, lots of good reasons why the board could consider these. It's our limited ability to do good outreach, especially to those customers who would experience an increase in their bills. Having a good stakeholder outreach, inform those customers, check in with those customers if there are alternative rates that they could be on, or at least just to give them that heads up that their bill is going to increase significantly later in the year or after the board action is taken. So that's a concern, just about resources and having the adequate stakeholder process for us to reach out to those customers.
Eric, did you want to add something?
Yeah, kind of following on what Director Yoder said about encouraging efficiency. I see this as shifting the incentive or the control for someone that over their own bill away from the rate structure dominating why it would be less expensive for high-end users back to empowering them to make decisions about efficiency, which would have more impact on their bill. So a declining block does mean that those who are high users, who might be rural, who might be all electric homes, who might have electric water heating or electric space heating through a heat pump, which we do have a separate rate for, rather than using the rate structure to reduce the cost for high users in those categories, removing the declining block would transfer that back to allowing them to make decisions about efficiency that would give them more control over their overall bill. And so just by the nature of consumption, those who are using the most generally have the most opportunity for efficiency and therefore the most opportunity for a decrease in their monthly expenditures. And so I think that through the engagement process and through some information and outreach, we'd be able to help inform people who might be in that category of being impacted by a rate structure change, but also potentially having great ability to see bill reduction through efficiency improvements that they might not yet have known about. So I do think that in response to Rick's question, that is kind of empowering people to have that ability to have more control over their bill by controlling the amount that they consume each month. Secondly, Tim Burke mentioned the idea of beneficial electrification through the decarbonization strategy, which I definitely support. And I know that we are looking into additional rate structures for, again, something like a grid integrated hot water heater, heat pump water heater. Something like that air-to-air heat pump, or maybe even a ground source heat pump, which runs entirely on electric energy, or electric vehicles, all kinds of different beneficial electrification where we can see decarbonization in our utility and in our society by switching to more efficient electric energy sources. And so I trust that over the next couple of years, we're going to have new tools, new technologies, potentially even new rates that will facilitate some of those transitions so that people who have a new type of electric use that they might not have had before would also have the tools and the rates to encourage them to make that choice without having a significantly higher electric bill by proportion. So I do think that those are two important points, and I appreciate the input that Rick provided and what Tim had said about viewing this in light of that larger decarbonization and beneficial electrification strategy.
Okay, Anne, I'm going to call on you now. I see your hand up.
Hi, thanks. I think this is a really good conversation. And I think everybody wants the same purpose as far as to go toward decarbonization. From a practical idea, though, to put in these block rates now, and then if we want to also institute rain in 2 or 3 years from now, that's a lot of change for our ratepayers as far as explaining these rates, because I would think that if when we institute, if rain does come into being and we do institute that, that's another whole context of changing rate structures and everything else. The other thing with block rate, if we would do the block rate now, we said there would be no rate increase for 5 years, and we would be going against that. That's one thing that you'd have to be aware of if you did do it. I think it's important. I have not gotten the details on rain. I've just read what was in the packet as far as in the pre-committee meeting. I personally like to know a little bit more about it and exactly how that would be instituted, as far as, you know, and what effects it would have as far as promoting people to be more energy efficient.
Okay, so a couple points of clarification. This would be a revenue neutral change to the rate, so it would not violate the promise that we've made to the public. And I think we can talk more about rain and those specifics, you know, in months to come. I don't think that we're prepared to get into a detailed explanation about that system quite yet, especially in a public setting.
Okay. My other thing is that it might be revenue neutral, but those 15,000 people who have a rate increase are going to be talking about it, that no, there is a rate increase for me. So I think that you have to be aware of that as far as a perception. Again, I'm wondering, can we do this in a COVID environment as far as reaching out to all of our customer owners and do it? If it wasn't a COVID environment, I'd say, hey, yeah, this sounds pretty good. And I think we, you know, how much can we stretch our senior management, all of our teams, all the, you know, from a practical viewpoint, can we do this now in a COVID environment? I think that's a discussion that might have to be put on the thing. It's great to have this, but can we do it practically?
Thank you, Anne. Tim.
Yeah, so we are going to come back to the board, I believe in the June timeframe in a closed session to dive a little deeper on some of the innovative work our innovation team has done on rain. And so I believe it's planned to come back in June just to kind of share with you where we are and how we're looking at it operationally. It's not fully implemented. It's part of the continuing work that we're doing and we're analyzing. And so it could be an option, but there could be multiple other options to kind of get to the same point, Director Bugner, that you talked about advanced meter reading. And what does that look like? There are certainly different cost arrangements around those, but we'll give a briefing next month on RAIN to the board in a closed session.
Thank you. Director Gay, can I come back to you?
Yeah. My question was, what are we already doing? I remember looking at the map, and there are winners and losers but we'd be deciding instead of the customers. But my question is, we do already many things to help promote energy efficiency to our customers, and letting them decide, hey, this bill's way too much. How can I save energy? I mean, that's where I'd rather go, instead of us kind of, it seems like we're picking the winners and the losers instead of the marketplace saying, how can I go be more energy efficient? But we've always done a lot to promote energy efficiency and help our clients out. Can we get a list, Tim, if you come back in June or whatever, just send that out of what we're already doing? Because I'm sure there's many programs. I know there are, but I'd like to see those programs just for my own info.
Sure, we'll do that. We'll do that to the board. Thanks.
Okay. Rick.
If I could break in on that request for information. I know ACEEE does a utility scorecard of the 30 largest utilities on their ranking, I guess, or rating the programs that they have. Having a list of what we're doing is somewhat different from having a list and comparing it to what other utilities are doing. And that would be a context, should it not be too great of a burden of information development, that I would appreciate as amending Director Gay's request for information.
Yeah, we could probably send a link to other documents that list what other utilities are doing. I'll get with Julie and Javier and the team to figure out what's the best way to do that and how we can forward that to you.
All right. Javier,
I have one last comment to round up some of the discussion I just heard. Great discussion. I think we've talked a little bit about reducing energy consumption and how these would help customers and empower customers, using Director Williams' word, to choose ways to use less energy. All in agreement with that. I would like to just add also the rounding Director Bogner's comment on technology or innovation that we're exploring for us to understand demand consumption from customers. And that is not necessarily customers using less energy, but having mechanisms to provide customers with enough information of when they use energy. That demand piece of when they use energy is probably just as important, if not more important, from a cost perspective than the actual energy they use, right? So how often do you use your air conditioning? How many air conditioning units you have at home? How many refrigerators? How many compressors you have at home? And when you fire those up, it's probably more consequential to the cost of the utility and ultimately to your cost as a consumer than the actual energy you're using. So I would like to just add that additional piece, that in addition to consuming less and adding all these energy efficiency measures, which are fantastic, it's also that demand piece that Director Bugner alluded to with projects like Project RAIN or other metering solutions that would help us inform customers of when they use it. That peak demand that could be so helpful to them and to us as a utility to manage in a better way. That's the end of my report.
All right, Rick, you're raising your hand. Okay, go ahead.
Yep. Thank you for the discussion, and Javier, I do appreciate that point. I did have a request for point of clarification here. I think I heard you say that Project RAIN would be impactful for, once fully deployed, of maybe 80% or initially deployed 80% of the customers. What is the attribute that defines whether a customer would be able to take advantage of it? Is it location? Is it income? What's the attribute?
And just to make sure I understand it, you're talking about Project Rain.
Yes.
So I think what we have done in some of our, and I'll ask Scott or others on the team to respond, but we've looked at both rural and urban ability to collect metering information. So our intent is you certainly may roll it out where you get maybe the highest impact of customer meters, but we're also testing that impact in the rural areas where you may have customers every 2 to 3 miles, and how do we go about doing that, and what does that look like? So we've actually done some of the testing on that, and our intent would be as best as we can to roll this out across our whole service territory. But that becomes part of the deeper work that needs to be done on Project Rain to understand the cost and the value and the benefits from that. So.
Great. I'll just add to that. Our intent really with Rain is to be able to catch all meters. The reality is because of the geopolitical terrain as we're testing out the technology right now, we can't guarantee that we can catch 100%. So we're trying to figure out what we can catch and what we can do in terms of proving the technology to make sure that we can catch as many as we can. That would be the limitation to Rain right now, and we're still in testing mode.
So, okay. So that the 3 years out to implementation of Rain would deploy first in a high population density area, I'm guessing.
We've not made that determination right now, Director Yoder.
Okay.
I think I would add here the important, probably in my opinion, the most important piece here is that we already have all of that information is already being produced from our meters. We are deploying technology that would allow us to capture that information in a timely manner and make that information available for rate making and for consumer information for them to be able to alter their demand. We have a very promising technology, and this is the Project Rain that has been mentioned a few times already, but it is not the only way for us to capture that information, and I want to make that clear. We're testing it. I think it is very promising technology, and we will continue to test it. And I have a high degree of confidence that we will be able to have this information collected from our customers. Again, with the meters that they already have, it's a way for us to access that information in a timely manner and not just once a month, so that we can continue to evolve to this 3-part rate concept. I hope that helps.
Yeah. Thank you.
Here are some results from a search.
Okay. All right. I very much appreciate all of the feedback. So I just want to kind of echo back what I've heard to make sure I'm taking the right information to our next committee meeting. Rick, you had said that you would prefer a change in rate sooner over waiting for a technologically enhanced solution in years to come. And you had indicated that this is a lot of change, and especially in the COVID era, is this really something that our customers could handle? And then, and then have another change in a few years. And so that very much echoes some of the concerns that we've been talking about in the committee. And then Tim, what I heard from you is that, really if this is intended to be an area where we can highlight more energy efficiency, are there other programs that are already doing that? And so really getting some more information about how those programs are being effective. And then Rick, you added on to that request to understand how those programs even compare against other utilities. I hope that I captured the concerns correctly. If I didn't, please tell me now or send me a message and I'll add it to my notes. We have a lot of other items to cover in the Finance Committee. Adding on to the rate discussion, we also talked about a change to rate 464 that would not affect any current customers. What this change would do would clarify that this rate schedule is not intended to be applied to renewable distributed energy systems that our customers might invest in. And so we're looking at making that change when we do the rate modernization rollout next month. So each of you, I think, have been talked to or discussed with individually, and we can have a further discussion offline about that. But I just wanted to highlight that will be something that continues to be discussed within the next month. And then there's a bank of other things that we discussed. And so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Javier to walk us through the Q1 financial report, the SD3 access to credit markets monitoring report, and the investment manager recommendation.
Certainly. Thank you, Director Bogner. I'm going to ask Mo, thank you, to shift to the next slide. Mo, I think we have a dashboard. Okay, so just as a recap, from a few months ago, late last year, we discussed the change of financial reporting. If you all remember last year, every month during the committee meeting, I would report on monthly financial results on revenues, expenses, capital, cash. And one of the changes that we made was, at my request, was that consolidating a lot of this financial information on a quarterly basis would give me a lot more information, better information for me to talk about trends, rather than reporting these month over month and having all the noise that happens between month corrections. Reporting this on a quarterly basis would provide, in my opinion, a better product. So we did a few trials late last year with quarterly reporting, and so this year this is actually the first official quarterly reports that I'm presenting to the committee as a whole. I had the opportunity to discuss a more detailed version. There's a quarterly report that is available to all board members, but I did discuss this with the committee, the Finance Committee, on May 1st. Talking about in detail about the first quarter financial results for OPPD. What you're seeing here on your slide, on the next couple of slides, is just a dashboard that talks about retail revenue and other major categories. I'm going to go through them relatively quickly. From a retail revenue for the first quarter, total for the first quarter was $210.1 million, which is $5.1 million under budget. Off-system revenue was $32.3 million, which is $14.4 million under budget, and other income was $27.5 million, which was $10 million over budget. Let me just talk about each one of these in detail. On the retail revenue side, contrary to probably all of our awareness right now, what the Q1 results don't necessarily show are the effects of the COVID-19 shelter in place and the work from home issues. They may include some of that, but really what happened here is, as we saw most of our service territory when the shutdowns of restaurants and other businesses started occurring, that was towards the end of March. So what you're seeing here, the lower revenue that we got compared to budget, is mostly explained because of weather, because of warmer temperatures than usual. And so we had a milder weather than normal. And that is the main reason that explains the retail revenue coming in below budget. Off-system revenue came in below budget for a couple of reasons. One, and they're both related. One, we had a few unplanned outages, so we had less power to sell, but also market prices were really, really low. They continue to be low. Natural gas prices started at a really, really low level earlier in the year. They have remained there, and with the oil price, the oil prices that we had a couple of weeks ago, that has continued to depress natural gas prices. So the amount of energy that we're able to sell into the market, we're recovering less money for that energy, and that explains the majority of that coming under budget for off-system revenue for the first quarter. Other income, on the other hand, was higher than budget, $10 million, $10.8 million higher than budget. This is the same story that I told last year. Interest rates also took a dive towards the end of March, with the Federal Reserve System lowering the target funds rate and all other interest rates in the market following suit. that lower interest rates and that artificially, I'm going to say that word, it bumped up the mark-to-market value of some of the securities that we hold. So that increased the mark-to-market value of our other income, other investments. But again, from a cash perspective, that didn't necessarily translate into more cash. It's just the securities we're holding are valued at a higher level today than they were before the drop of interest rates. Because we have a, one second, Director Yoder, because we have a practice of buy and hold securities, we're not expecting to realize that additional value. As those securities come to maturity, that additional value will amortize and will come back to their normal value. Yes, Director Yoder. I can't hear you.
Sorry. Thank you for your patience. I'm curious about the first point you made about the off-system revenue, not this other one. Gas prices being low is an impact for our off-system revenue because that allows other competitors, if you will, in the SPP marketplace to generate electricity less expensively. Is that, and therefore the demand for our electricity is less? Is that what's happening there?
That is correct. That's a good correlation. So we're not in the business of selling gas, but natural gas prices typically tend to drive electricity prices. So thank you for that clarification.
And we're normally able to compete there when gas prices are high because our renewable and coal is less expensive. Is that a fair statement?
We're able to compete still today. It's just our units were dispatched less sometimes because the prices dropped down so low that there were other generators that were able to come in at lower prices and fill in the demand for the market. So yes, to your question, it makes those market distortions make our offerings for not only our coal plants but our renewables less attractive than other competitors in the market, and so that typically drives our units to be dispatched less. There's a bunch of other reasons why our units are dispatched, and those have to do with reliability and location of the units. But generally speaking, just from a price perspective, the logic we're having on this dialogue is correct.
That excellent response. Thank you for answering my question.
Yep, thank you. Moving on to operations and maintenance expense. So on the bright side, our operations and maintenance expense, without including fuel and purchase power, for the first quarter of 2020 was $84.8 million, which is $5.8 million under budget. So similarly, we've been running our units less. We had a few outages. We've been saving funds from an operating and maintenance expense, almost 1-to-1 to the loss of revenue, retail revenue that we've had. Fuel and purchase power expenses were also $15.5 million under budget. So the total for the quarter was $79.8 million. And again, we had a few unplanned outages, so we used less fuel than what we were planning. But also on the flip side of the equation that Director Yoder and I just discussed, as we are buying power, that power that we're buying is also bought at lower prices than what we budgeted them for. So we benefit on that side just as much as we didn't benefit on the off-system sales. Almost 1-to-1. We were $14.4 million under budget on off-system revenues, and we were $15.5 million under budget on purchase power expense. So almost identical. And then the other expense was $95.3 million, very, very close to budget, just $1.5 million over budget for the quarter, which is relatively small. This is an item that was updated on your diligence earlier this morning. There was a typo, an error on the dashboard, but it's been corrected since. Mo, could you move forward to the next slide, please? Thank you. This brings our operating income pretty much on track with budget, a little bit higher than budget. Our net income, again, strong. I want to again remind board members and the public who is watching that on a net income basis, you can see that our net income is about $10 million higher than budgeted. Most of that is the mark-to-market of security. So again, it's not a cash item, and that mark-to-market could easily evaporate when interest rates change in the market. Also, on a capital spending, from a capital spending, we underspent our capital for the quarter. I have confidence that we will be able to complete most of our capital programs this year. The underspend really has to do, most of the underspend is explained by the Power with Purpose that we're going to talk about later on in closed session, and the one that we've been talking with the public in open session. When we budgeted for these capital expenditures last year, we hadn't even issued an RFP. We knew that it was coming, but we didn't know exactly the timing, so we had to make some very broad assumptions on the spend. So what you're seeing here is it's a timing issue for the spend. I am not that concerned about us being able to execute our capital program by the end of the year. And that concludes my report on the first quarter results. I'll end with one note. We are very closely tracking the effects of COVID-19. We just closed the month of April, so I think this is important for me to mention here that we are seeing evidence of what we were forecasting to see, which is an increase in residential load, as most of us are working from home. We have a lot more people working, studying, and living at home. We are also starting to see a decrease in load from commercial customers and a very small change on industrial customers. Not enough for us to make big changes, but we are already starting to see what we were planning to see. I had the opportunity to chat with the Finance Subcommittee on May 1st and explain to them the different scenarios we're looking for, not forecasting yet anything because it's too early, we don't have the data, but to show the Finance Subcommittee the tools that we have and the mitigation strategies that we could use if revenues end up dropping significantly more than what we were planning. But overall, this is, and I'm going to talk about this later on SD3 monitoring report. Our financial condition continues to be very healthy. We went into this pandemic crisis with a very strong cash flows, low debt ratios, very, very lean operations, as demonstrated month over month on our financials. So I'm very proud of what we've done here at the district. We have a very well positioned organization to withstand the effects of this pandemic. I'm not diminishing their effects. They could be big and they could be long lasting, but we went in with a very, very strong organization. That's the end of my report.
Thank you, Javier. I just want to echo that the financial discipline that the district has adopted and has executed on over the last several years has really been a boon for us during this time, and I can't underscore that enough. So thank you very much for that diligence and continuing to execute on that strategy. Very critical for us now, and will continue to be as we weather other unforeseen storms in the future. Should we move on now to the next item on the agenda, which I'm struggling to find? The Rate Service Regulation Manual Modernization. Thank you very much, Miles.
Certainly. Thank you for that. And for these, I'm going to give you a break from listening to my voice, and I'm going to have Brad Underwood present. So I'm going to ask Mo and the team if you guys can invite Brad to present, if you can make him a presenter. There you go. Brad Underwood is our Director of Financial Planning and Analysis. He's been leading this project for now over a year. We are very, very excited to see this close to the end of the process. We shared the Rates and Service Regulation Manual modernization, the changes with all board members. We had a meeting, a WebEx meeting with a few of you, and email exchanges with other board members, gaining your feedback. And what you're about to see here is the final draft of the Rates and Service Regulation Manual that will be presented to you next month for board approval. So with that, one last thing also, Director Bogner, you mentioned the rate 464. That's a change or a clarification on the renewable eligibility for that rate. That's not reflected in here. This is a conversation we had just a couple of days ago, but I want to acknowledge the message has been received, but you won't see it reflected on the slides here. And with that, I'm going to turn it to Brad Underwood.
Well, good morning. Can everyone hear me okay? Thank you, Mr. Burke. Thank you, Director Bogner. Well, it's great to be with you today, and I think this conversation is especially timely in light of the rate conversation we had earlier at the Open of Finance Committee. And so as we work to clarify our service regulations and schedules, that'll be really important as we move into the future and evaluate broader rate changes. So for those that may not be familiar, the current service regulations and schedules lay the framework for the district's electric service offerings. The regulations and schedules offer critical information for both the terms of electric service and the cost of that service. It is one of our primary tools that we rely on for our interactions with our customers in regard to how they receive service. As the industry changes, it becomes more and more relevant to provide higher quality service regulations and schedules to make sure that our products and documents reflect what's going on in the energy industry. Next slide, Ms. Hitters. Accordingly, while the industry continues to go through the rapid transformation, it had been some time since we had done a thorough, cross-functional, and comprehensive review of the document. The primary purpose of the review was to modernize or update the document to primarily increase user understanding and clarity, and to also ensure consistencies between the sections. This is critical to maintain a high quality user experience. And so over time, we had updated very specific sections and very specific content matter, but we really hadn't had a chance to do a comprehensive review of the whole document. And so we got a chance to do that, and we had what we think is very good success with that. Next slide, Ms. Sitters. As you can see on slide 16 here, here's a high-level overview of the effort, including the beginning of the effort, which was a cross-functional team comprised of primarily financial services, customer service, and public affairs, and also a strong representation of change management. We had a great experience benchmarking the standards, identifying key areas where clarity had become insufficient over time. And we also were able to create standard templates to increase the uniformity of the offerings. Once we had all these laborious conversations, we were able to have really meaningful interaction with our OPPD power panel. And for those individuals who are maybe not as familiar with the power panel is comprised of approximately 5,000 customer owners, mainly of residential customer background, where we can engage that group, all or some of that group, and allow us to collect feedback that is projectable across the customer base. It is one of our strongest outreach mechanisms, and having public affairs there and really the market research folks supporting us was critical. They did a wonderful job. Next slide, please, Ms. Hitters. And so, like I mentioned, I really have to hand it to our market research leaders. They were able to help us really create an awesome environment to collect invaluable feedback that we needed to make sure that we had the right product. They created a really unique interface where the participants of the research could see the old and the new documents, and they could drop what I call stickies. They're not really stickies, but they could drop little comments all over in a manner that they saw fit. And those stickies could really denote positive feedback, negative feedback, or neutral feedback. And so the quantitative findings that we were able to get from that evolution were really pretty clear. And the first one is the service regulations really did well. They outperformed the legacy service regulations. In addition, we found that just rates in and of themselves are really continue to be a challenging subject for everyone to really understand. They're not easy to follow. They're a little bit of an acquired taste, and so that showed up in the quantitative section as well. And specifically, in the legacy rate schedules, they slightly outperformed the updated rate schedules, again, primarily because of that lack of understanding with the complex nature of rates. And so in addition to the quantitative findings, we also received some really, really good qualitative findings. And that was that the bar it's really kind of low for rate manuals. And so while we acknowledge that was true, we didn't rest on that reality. We continued to try and make improvements. So if we can go ahead to the next slide. The qualitative findings revealed that the customers appreciate that the nature of the service regulations and schedules don't lend themselves to be as creatively customer-centric as, say, a marketing piece. But they did want the document to be understandable. And of course, we were empathetic to that. Accordingly, they liked the fact that the layout or the look and feel of the document was clean and modernized. They appreciated when we were able to use plain language in the areas where we could deploy that. They also gave us feedback to try and include more visuals and tables to increase their ability to really digest the information. They also found the ease of navigation was improved, which we were really pleased with. And in light of this feedback, we were able to make some key changes to the product. So if we can go forward to slide 19, some of those key changes that we were able to make were we rewrote the introduction to the document, including the incorporation of critical navigation and eligibility tables. Some feedback that we received, we couldn't get into the document because of the nature of the document itself, but we collaborated well with our customer service colleagues to see what our options were. And we were able to create and offer a supplemental tool, which we call a Quick Start Guide. And the Quick Start Guide is a supplemental tool, like I mentioned, that really allows us to give that enhanced clarity to common tasks that someone might use the service regulations and schedules for. And so let's take a look at some of those examples to get a better perspective on the improvements that we were able to make. So moving ahead to slide 20, here is an example of the clarity that we were able to provide to the definition section. So real quick, I'll just denote that you can see the large amount of updated or new definitions that are circled, including the left offset of the defined term to increase the speed of navigation and the ease of use. So everything that you see circled with an orange word, it might be hard to see on the slide, has been new or updated. And so we made some really meaningful changes to the definition section, which we were pleased with. Moving ahead to the next slide, you'll see a screenshot of rate 110. It's our most popular residential rate for those that might not be as familiar with it. Rate 110 on the left is in its legacy form. You might note that it's 2 pages, and on the right is the revised form. So based on the customer feedback, we were able to incorporate more use of tables for the various charges, which you'll see in the middle of the image on the far right. We were able to create a standard template that all other rate schedules will utilize and conform to. We were able to de-word the rate to increase the clarity, allowing us to offer the rate on 1 page. So we move to the next slide. Finally, here is another example of the changes that we made, and specifically the residential Quick Start Guide. Like I mentioned earlier, it's a supplemental to the rate and service regulation document itself, but it provides an efficient overview of some key points. First, It explains the billing components in greater detail, a change that would not be appropriate to make within the rate schedule itself. The Quick Start Guide also explains how there is a time of use component to our residential offering where prices vary in the summer versus the non-summer periods. It also increased the understanding for our most common rate by explaining how the rates are set with an explanation of the functional costs of the rate. You see that, hopefully you see that in the bottom right. You might note that we were able to be responsive to more customer feedback by using more images and tables and color. In addition to this residential Quick Start Guides, the team created a Quick Start Guide for some of our largest commercial offerings as well with rate 230 and 231. And so the last slide here, Ms. Henners, please, is as we discussed this today, we're finalizing the execution of our change management plan, which includes but it's not limited to making sure the contact center has advance notice to the change, as well as our account executives and our mid and small commercial and industrial leaders. Pending any questions, that's the end of the overview.
Thank you, Brad. That was a great overview. I'm excited to roll this out because I think it's a great improvement that our customers will come to appreciate as they're working with their account managers. Does anyone on the board have any questions for Brad?
This is Tim. Brad, no question. I just said congratulations. That's very impressive. Those look really nice, and I think it'll be the work was worth it because it turned out much better. So congratulations to you and your team, and thanks for doing that. That was a lot of time put into it, so appreciate it.
Thank you, Director Gay. I'm sure the team will love to hear your comments, the 12 or 15 individuals who really have a lot of time and effort, so I appreciate that.
Yep.
Yeah, I would just echo the same. I know this has been a lot of work, and it's in the weeds, it's dry on occasion, but all of the work that you did, people get into these, I think, more frequently than you might imagine, especially on the commercial and industrial side. So like having a nice digestible document that people can access and understand is really, really important. So kudos to the whole team.
If I could add one more thing, I'd also like to mention that I believe this is the first time that we have used our panelists and our stakeholders to get feedback, and I think that really, really helped. And I want to thank all the panel, the OPPD panel people out there. It was 5,000 people for all their help with this, and they really did help. And you came back and your assumptions sometimes the first time were wrong, and they said, wait, they sort of like some of the old stuff, and you started looking at different things. So I think you did a great job. I think this was done the right way.
Just out of curiosity, Brad, of the 5,000 people that are on the power panel, about what was the participation level that we experienced with this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It depends on kind of the section of the feedback that we were looking for, but for what I remember, there was about 600 individuals that had unique responses. So we were very pleased with that, and I just again can't say thank you enough to the market research folks and the stakeholder individuals who really made sure it was a quality evolution. So
that's fantastic. Thank you.
And just to confirm, and perhaps I missed this in your comments, Brad, but this does not require board action, correct?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Thank you for that. We would consider it board action because we are changing the offerings in some form. It's a really good question in a sense that really how the rates are working are not necessarily changing, which may have been part of your question, but legally the technical document itself did change. So thank you for the question.
Okay, good. That's a good distinction. Okay, thank you. So,
yeah, so what? Go ahead, Craig.
I was just going to ask about timing of that then.
Yeah, I might.
Go ahead, Brad.
I was going to defer to Javier, but I believe his expectation was probably some version of next month, but he may have comments as well.
Gives a thumbs up. So June is when we are expected to approve this at our board meeting in June. The intention is for it to be an actionable item at that point.
Yes, ma'am.
And I would also like to say thanks, Brad, to you and your team. And I noticed the change from the terminology that winter lasts 8 months over to non-summer. And winter is long in the Midwest, but not quite that long. So that, among all the other changes, looks like a great update. And tracking back to when new board members last year had the Rates 101 and Rates 201 presentation, I had asked when will some of this information to help our customer owners understand their rates and how they impact the overall energy bills. I think this is a great step forward in helping them understand that, particularly as we look at some other updates to rates. This was phase one, but then some of those other updates to rates that might be coming with new technology over the next couple of years. Having this baseline understanding of where the rates come from is extremely helpful. So again, thanks very much for doing this. I know it was probably not the most flashy thing you've ever done, but I do appreciate how important it is as a foundation.
Thank you, Director Williams. We agree. It was very important. So thank you.
All right, with that, let's move on to the retirement fund investment manager selection. As you may recall, I think we talked about this last month. One of the retirement fund managers needed to be replaced per recommendations from Siegel Marco and their performance. And we're at a point now where we have a recommendation, and this requires board action on Thursday. Javier, would you like to walk us through this?
I will make a quick introduction, and then I'm going to have Mr. John Thurber, Director of Treasury and Financial Operations, walk us through these. But just a quick, to complement what Director Bogner just mentioned, we had Siegel Marco recommended a group of potential investment managers to fill in this role. We went through all of that recommendation. Eventually, we narrowed the selection down to 2 investment managers, and we had the opportunity. This is pre-COVID, when we could still meet face to face. We had the 2 very qualified, very impressive investment managers come to the office. Director Bogner participated in those interviews, and we were very impressed. I think at the end we couldn't have gone wrong with any of the 2. We ended up selecting Global Alpha, and I'm going to let John Thurber talk about why that happened. But I just want to give you that additional background that we had the investment committee participated in the interviews, including Director Bogner. So, Mo, can you make John Thurber a panelist, please? I'm going to have John go through this. Okay, John, you're on.
Okay, I don't know if anyone can see me. Hopefully you can hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great. Thank you, Javier. I'll just reiterate what Javier said. This really started last November when Siegel Marco downgraded our existing small cap manager, Lord Abbott, to a not recommended list. We went through the process of reviewing managers and then interviewed managers in early March. We interviewed both Barings, a manager, a longtime manager out of London, primarily. He's been in existence for over 150 years. And then also this other manager, Global Alpha. And I'll tell you, in discussions with Global Alpha, and I think what impressed the committee was there's a 5-partner firm that manages the investments in Global Alpha. And we had 2 of the 5 partners come in and talk to us directly about their investment process. And with being a small cap international manager, these individuals actually, as a partner in the firm, go out and review each manager at least annually. And when you're dealing with 70, 80, 90 different investment companies in the portfolio that Global Alpha has, and reviewing individual managers directly is impressive. I also note that in reviewing the performance of Global Alpha, they were the strongest of the candidates that we looked at. They were in the top 25% of candidates in the universe of Siegel Marco's universe of small cap international managers. They also Not only did they have strong performance in positive markets, but they also, and this is important for me, have strong performance when markets don't go well. And I did check with Siegel Marco on the performance for Global Alpha here in the first quarter, and they did indicate to me that it was above the median manager for the first quarter of 2019. I'm sorry, for 2020. And obviously, it's been a struggle here in 2020 for managers to outperform. So with that, we did look at fees with Global Alpha and Barings, and both were below the median. Barings had a slightly lower fee than Global Alpha, but when you take into account the performance, Global Alpha had outperformed Barings over a 1, 3, 5, and 7-year period of upwards of 200 to 300 basis points. It more than compensated for the slight difference in fees. So with that, the committee voted to accept or recommend to the board the hiring of Global Alpha as our new small cap international manager, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about the recommendation.
Thank you very much, John. Does anyone on the board have questions for John?
I don't have questions. I'm on the committee, so I got to hear this firsthand, but I was just wondering, Director Bogner, you were in the interviews, and I'd love just kind of you to perhaps repeat the high-level perspective that you shared with us during the committee meeting for the other board members.
So yeah, I did participate in those. It seems so long ago now. I think it was in the middle of February that we met. And initially, I think that I was really impressed with both teams. I think what stood out during the interview for sure was that Global Alpha, although it's a small firm, it has a lot of diversity on their board, or their ownership is very diverse, their team's very diverse. And they brought their top decision makers and investors to the interview. And so we interviewed with the people that are making the investment decisions. So we were able to get into a lot of just their theory on investment strategy and really dive into those. And they were able to demonstrate their expertise and their perspective and their approach to making those decisions. What I thought was really interesting in particular is that when they are buying a new stock for their portfolio, all 5 team members of their top 5 people have to agree on the stock purchase. So it's a very collaborative decision-making process that they have to go through, and they're very disciplined in executing on that. Whereas Barings had very much a key man risk that it was one person on the small cap team that was making the decisions about what to buy, and they didn't have to necessarily get consensus from their team to do that. So I think that was one of the really striking things about Global Alpha in the way that they approach their work. You guys heard all that, right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions? John, did I capture that correctly? I guess if you could just affirm that I said those things correctly.
Yes, you did, and it was impressive to again. It was impressive to have 2 of the 5 decision makers, the people that are actually out and make the final decision, being at OPPD and presenting to us. And I guess I would add one last thing is, I think it's nice. We have a diversity of managers in our retirement plan. To have a small manager, and this will be a small manager. The assets under management would be somewhere between 3 and 4 million, 3 or 4 billion dollars. And so we have large firms, and it's nice to offset some of that with a smaller firm, and this would be a nice diversifier for us.
So just to confirm, this is a board action item. This is scheduled to be on the consent agenda for Thursday.
Right. Any other comments? All right, if not hearing any, we'll move on to the first quarter retirement fund report. Javier?
Thank you, Director Buckner. So this is hopefully not news to any of you. The market, not only the domestic American market, but the market worldwide has suffered in a very significant way as a result of this COVID-19 pandemic. And so what I'm about to report to you are the first quarter results for our pension fund. So what I'm going to talk about two things. One is how negative the market has been, but also on a positive side, or a silver lining, is how well positioned our fund was to withstand these negative turns. And I think John Thurber just talked a little bit about that and how we look at our managers to perform well, not only in good times, but especially in bad times. The retirement plan fund market at the end of the first quarter, you can see that on your slide. I'm not going to read it all, but the value at the end of the first quarter was $903.7 million, so just under $1 billion. Where we started the quarter at a little bit over $1 billion. During the quarter, we OPPD as the employer, we contributed $15.3 million. Our employees contributed $3.1 million, and also the plan paid $25.3 million to beneficiaries. Typically, the contributions from OPPD and employees don't equal the distributions to beneficiaries. That delta is typically filled by market performance, by earnings in the market. That's how the plan is built to do that. This time around, on the first quarter, not only did we not have the earnings to fill the gap, but actually we had losses, significant losses. I would say probably the most significant losses that the plan has had ever. The plan value decreased by $145 million at the end of the quarter. And I want to emphasize that this is as of March 31st, and it's really interesting that this is a silver lining, and I think it's an important one for me. If you look at the market today, what's happened in the month of April and the first few days of May, the market has recovered almost half of what it lost in March. Now, we still have a long road to recovery. I don't even know if we're going to get back to the same levels that we started the year, and that's a long debated topic. How long would it take us, and whether or not we would ever get back there? But I do want to share with the board and with our employees and our customer owners that the market has already recovered about half of those losses just in the month of April. So very important for me to talk about that, and it'll be interesting to see what the second quarter brings to us. I would like to point your attention to item B here. As of March 31st, our retirement fund asset allocation was 46.8% equity, 45% fixed income, and 8.3% alternative assets. I have engaged in casual conversations with employees and some beneficiaries about this asset allocation, and partly joking, some of our employees have told me, "Hey, why are we so heavy on fixed income?" Typically, when they say that is when years have been really good, like the end of 2019 when we had a boom in the equity market, and the comment comes in as, "Hey, why are we so heavy on fixed income where we could be making a lot more money on equities?" And they are correct. My answer is typically, well, we are balancing the portfolio. We have a fiduciary responsibility to our beneficiaries, and that is one of the reasons why we are willing to, quote unquote, give up on the upside of equities when times are right for more stability when the markets are down. And that's exactly what happened here. Having these portfolio with these much fixed income and alternative assets allowed us to have, and you can see here the quarterly return at the end of the quarter for our portfolio was negative 13.8%. If you compare that, to just a pure domestic equity quarterly return of minus 23%, this is where the silver lining comes in. We lost quite a bit of money on the pension plan, but we lost significantly less than what we would have lost if we had been more heavily weighted on equities. So I think that's the point that I want to make here, that we are conservative. I don't want to discount the fact that the plan lost a significant amount of value, but that our portfolio and our asset allocation strategy is proving to work once again on putting us on a conservative track for to provide that value, long-term value for our beneficiaries. So that's really the end of my report. Maybe a question, and I'm going to preempt here a question that I may get from the board is, what happens towards the end of the year if this continues to underperform? What are we going to do? And the answer would be, and I'm seeing some smiles, so maybe I guess the question in your minds, and the answer is we would have to very likely increase the annual required contribution. So how much money we would have to put into the plan halfway through the year, and certainly starting next year. That is a very likely result, is that we may have to increase the annual required contribution to make up for the losses that we experienced this year. And we're studying that, and we're looking at budgets, and that's going to be part of the budget discussion for 2021. I do not expect that amount to be significant enough for us to alter significantly our budgets or our operations. I think it could be within the range of $5 million or so, similar to the increase we experienced last year when we adjusted the mortality table. So not insignificant, but certainly manageable, and something that we would be looking into for the rest of the year. And that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions on this topic.
All right, thank you, Javier. Are there any questions or comments?
Yeah, Javier, you mentioned the potential for the change in the required contribution toward the end of the year. Can you remind us what the annual required contributions are, so that we have a scale? You mentioned potentially up to $5 million adjustment there, but can you remind us what those contributions are?
Certainly. So for OPPD, I believe, and John Thurber, correct me if I'm wrong, if you're still on the panelist. Yes, you are on the panelist list. I think for us, it's about $56 million. That's what we had last year. I would have to look at our budget this year, but it's about a 10% increase to our annual required contribution. That's what a $5 million increase would look like. Again, I'm not saying it'll be $5 million, but I'm expecting it to be in that neighborhood.
Javier, right now, this year, we're planning to put in about $60 million. And so, it would be, $4 to $5 million on top of that.
Thank you, John.
Do you have another question? Okay. All right. Are there any others? Thank you very much, Javier. The next item on our list is the SD3 Access to Credit Markets Monitoring Report. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Director Bogner. This is, I would qualify these as a relatively standard report, and certainly it has been that way for the past few years. Although this time around, I would like to take a little bit more time, just because of the markets that we've experienced lately and how important our access to credit markets has been just in the past 60 days. The board asked us on the SD3 to meet this high bar, which is, in order to achieve a low cost and flexible cost structure, we will maintain our financial ratios and targets to ensure efficient cost and effectiveness access to the credit markets. You can read that on your slide. There are 3 bullet points that we are typically tasked to demonstrate in these monitoring reports. And I'm going to go through those here in the next few slides. So, by the way, we added a few terms and definitions right there on slide 32 for the public or board members who would like a refresher of what debt service coverage means, or liquidity. We had a discussion about liquidity last month, but those are there for your use. Mo, if you could please move forward one slide. So the first one is that we will, as we build our annual budget, the the board has established us to always use a target of a debt service coverage of 2 times debt service coverage. As a reminder, that means that all of our operating revenues minus our operating expenses, the delta between those two has to be at least 2 times as large as the amount that we have to pay debt service for on any given year. And as you can see here, pretty much every year, except for 2015, but pretty much every year we have been above that 2 times debt service coverage. And even in 2015, we were just slightly under that. The budget that we built for 2020 also includes that 2 times debt service coverage. And I am happy to report that we are still on target, and we're bearing all the additional information that we will see coming to us later in the year. We're still on track to meet that 2 times debt service coverage. I think it's also worth noting that from a legal perspective, we have made a covenant with investors who own our bonds that we will always maintain a 1.4 times coverage. So that is our legal covenant to investors, that we will always have that 0.4 coverage on top of that service. We have internally then established an internal goal of 2 times, which is higher than what we have for investors. So I think it's important to distinguish those two, that if at any point, like in 2015, our coverage ended up being slightly under 2 times, that we it wouldn't constitute an act of an event of default. Next slide, Mo, please. As we make resource decisions, we take into consideration all the long-term revenue requirements and debt to equity ratios and adjusted liquidity levels. This is something that I go through every year during the COP presentation, and I certainly did that last year in November when I presented the 2020 COP. What we're looking here is maintaining that financial stability that's depicted here in the lower triangle of good days cash on hand, low debt to asset ratios, so that we can maintain the service level that we currently have and continue to fund our operating and capital funding, and at the same time maintain our competitive position. We could do all of these if we were also raising revenues and raising rates. But this is the balancing act here, is that we're doing all of these as we are in the 4th year of living with virtually the same revenue we had in 2016. There's no general rate increase environment. So I believe that these, just like other strategic directives, they correlate with other strategic directives. We are certainly influencing and supporting SD2 of affordable rates, SD4 on reliability, and we're also taking SD15 very much into account, because we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we are incurring more risk than the one that we're willing to tolerate. Mo, if you can move to the next slide, please. Our debt ratio continues to decline. We had an increase in our debt ratio in 2016. That is when the board approved the decommissioning of the Fort Calhoun nuclear station. We stopped considering that asset as an asset because it was no longer a producing asset. So that the result was an increase of our debt ratio. As time has gone by, we have not issued any new debt to fund new capital or new net capital. We did issue debt last year to fund capital, but we reduced our debt with cash consequently. So we haven't had a net increase in debt, and we have continued to pay down our debt for the past 5 years. We've added more assets. All of those actions contribute to the decline of our debt ratio from 66% in 2016 down to, we expect this to be at 56% by the end of the year. So very, very pleased with that trajectory, and we look forward to continuing that trajectory down to the mid to low 50%, which is what most of other utilities in our category of ratings are located. Next slide, please. Base liquidity, this is a relatively recent one, and I hope that board members have this fresh in their memory. The graph in front of you shows both days cash on hand, depicted by the orange bars, and liquidity, additional liquidity for liquidity days on hand with the blue bar. So something relatively new, it's on the right-hand side of the graph. You can see the 2020 COP. That one includes the recently approved $200 million increase in our ability to do the line of credit. We took advantage of $75 million. We finalized that agreement with Bank of America a couple of weeks ago. So that 33 days of additional liquidity represents the additional $75 million line of credit expansion that we executed in April. So it puts our days liquidity at 245 days, well within the range that we've established and that Moody's and Standard & Poor's look at for utilities with our credit rating. Mo, if you can move forward. Please, thank you. Competitive position on retail rates. This is not meant to replace the monitoring report we will see here in the next month or two on SD2. But rather, this is a complement. What we use here, I'm presenting here the preliminary data from the EIA, Regional Short-Term Energy Model, as of April of 2020, so hot off the press, showing that for 2019, because we continue to implement our no general rate increase strategy, our OPPD cost, we're just measuring overall revenues divided by kilowatt hours, remained stable from 2018 to 2019. The region did see a drop, at least as measured by these short-term energy model, from 981 to 976. So that slightly put us less competitive than the region, but that's because the region got more competitive. So our below the regional average, as measured by this table, went from 9.3% to 8.9% below the regional average. Generally still in the same neighborhood, in the same direction, and we will have a lot more detail on the SD2 monitoring report. So I don't expect to get into a lot more detail on this table, unless you want me to, but we will have more discussion on SD2 in the coming months. I'll pause here to see if there are any questions or comments.
Yeah. So, so in the coming months, would that be August, September when SD2 comes up?
I believe it's June. I think it's next month.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, Mo, can you please move one more slide? Our goal is to maintain a AA credit rating, and you can see this is a boring table, but I can assure you that the work that goes behind the scene is nothing but boring. AA2 stable with Moody's and AA with Standard & Poor's. This is a reflection of a long hours from John Thurber and his team, preparing information, responding to data requests, engaging with rating analysts, really in order for us to continue to maintain that very strong credit rating that is very valuable for the utility. Mo, if you can move to the next slide, please. I think that's the last one. I want to talk about these pandemic considerations. This is what's different this time around. We are well positioned financially for the COVID-19 pandemic, as I mentioned earlier. Our cash on hand has been sufficient to operate for more than 6 months, and it's still up and strong. I want to take a moment at this point in time to brag a little bit about our staff, because they deserve a lot of credit for these. This is our area on the receipts department led by Tim Vasquez. Tim, I'm going to tell you a quick story really quick since we have a little bit of time. Tim is just passionate about the work he does at OPPD. As you all know, a lot of our receipts come electronically from our large customers and some other customers who pay their bills electronically. But there is still a significant amount of customers who pay their bill by check, hard paper check that is mailed to us every day. That liquidity, we estimate that brings about $1 million in check receipts every working day of the year. When the pandemic hit us and we started working from home and trying to do the social distancing, one of the considerations was, do we close down our receipts area? And what Tim Vasquez was able to do was work with his team and modify a few of his practices so that we could continue to process all the checks that are coming from customers. By doing that, today we have been able to collect and cash checks from customers in excess of $40 million since we started this working from home environment. I want to give them credit for helping us keep that cash position. I'll tell a quick story, Tim. We have a big machine that processes checks. That machine, the belt on that machine broke earlier this week or last week. We called the service, and of course it takes about a week for them to come in and repair it. Tim knows how important this is in this time to have that machine up and running. He on his own figured out a way to temporarily fix the machine, fix the belt, and keep those checks up and running. And today that machine is still up and running with Mr. Tim Vasquez fix. So I want to call him out. And 3 members of his team, Trisha Anderson, Jerry McGinnis, and Lacey McCoy, have been faithfully coming in and helping process those checks that cannot be processed from home. That is helping us keep that cash on hand in there. So sorry, I took a little bit more time, but I think it's important for me to recognize that team. And we talk about the heroes in the utility industry. These are heroes that you typically don't hear about in the back office that deserve a lot of credit. I talked about the increased line of credit on our bank. Our total debt is decreasing. We're managing our debt. Our AA rating is important. And the last point I want to mention here, and this is a topic that has been debated and discussed at length here at the board, which is the effective rate restructure that was implemented in 2016. That has provided stability both for the utility and especially now for our customer owners. As customer owners, residential customers go home and they continue to use more and more electricity because they're at home a lot more, their bills are more stable now than they would have been before the rate restructure. More of their bill is on that fixed part of their bill, and less of their bill depends on the additional energy they're consuming. Conversely, for the utility is also one that is allowing us to have more stability, and knowing that if energy consumption goes up or down, our revenue won't go up or down as much as it was before. I think this is where it is doing what it's supposed to do, which is better matching our cost structure to the cost causation on the bill with the utility. So I want to call that out because that's an important consideration and one that we are looking at as a very positive for both the customer and the utility to provide stability in times like these. So with that, I'll stop, and we presented this to the finance subcommittee, and the recommendation is to bring this to the board for approval on Thursday.
Thank you, Javier. Before we open it up to questions or comments, I would like to see this item on our board discussion action item list. I think it's important to be able to provide kudos and congratulations to the team, because it is definitely not without significant effort that we're able to continue to access our credit markets. And in times, especially as challenging as now, this is absolutely critical to the continued good operation of our organization. So with that, would anyone like to ask any questions or make any comments? I do have one question. Oh, go ahead, Rick. Sorry if I'm not looking at the hand raising function. So go ahead, Rick.
So Javier, I just want to thank you for calling out the invisible heroes that we have. We're in an industry that itself is everyone depends on for everything that happens, and the stresses, whether it's the flood or whether it's the COVID, we're all learning that there are disruptions in our the way that things normally happen, and I think it's just an amazing, intricate, complicated puzzle that makes this thing keep working. And so thanks for giving a shout out to those who stepped up in unusual fashion, but also Thanks to the entire organization for continuing to deliver.
I have one question for you, Javier. So you had mentioned that the paper checks are continuing to be processed at the district using the processes that we're accustomed to. I guess for our public, can you just reaffirm that personal information is being protected in that process? And that's one of the reasons why that needs to continue to occur at the district instead of at individual homes.
Thank you for that prompt, Director Buckner, and absolutely that is one of the most important reasons why this function continues to be done at Energy Plaza. We have a lot of processes and safeguards in place to protect not only the value of the check, but the value of that information on the check and our systems. So that is certainly one of the main considerations that we're taking into account to keep that operation at Energy Plaza, keep our customers' information safe, keep the value of their checks safe, and still processing that cash flow. So yes, it is still, processes are still in place, up and running, and same protection that we've had in the past.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments?
Yep, I've got just a couple comments. I want to echo a couple things. One is thanks to everyone involved in their work to ensure that we are financially solid. It can easily get overlooked when, Javier, I heard you use the term nothing burger to describe, the AA rating. It's because of so much work that happens day in and day out to make sure that we're solid, puts us in such a great position to give a nothing burger report every year. So thanks to everybody for that work. That's super, super critical, and I really appreciate it. I'd also echo what Director Yoder just said. I completely agree. The way in which this utility has continued to operate without a hitch has been really exceptional. Javier, thank you for sharing that story. I would encourage anyone who has, don't hesitate to do that. We want to make time and space for those kinds of things to be known. And whether or not it happens here or anywhere else, I think it's important to share those stories. So thank you to everyone that's been involved in keeping us moving so seamlessly.
All right, Director Williams, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, more appreciation for the smooth operations, particularly on the financial aspects that we're covering right now. I think it's important to remember that just about a year ago, we were looking at the flood, and for those who don't spend a lot of time with water, the flood is not just specifically the time when the water is high, but also all of the response and reconstruction that comes after. So for 3, 6, 9, 12 months after the flood, I know that staff has been extremely dedicated to carrying out the work that was a response to that epic and unprecedented disaster, which led immediately into the epic and unprecedented public health crisis that we are facing now and the economic implications. And so all of those things together, but still looking at a credit and financial report here that has such positive results. I'm sure there's some kind of accounting term of art that boring news is good news, something like that. But yeah, it's very much appreciated that even in very challenging times, we continue to have such great performance here. So thank you, Javier, and all of the staff who've continued to demonstrate such great leadership in this area through very challenging times.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And then I did have one follow-up question. This was SD3, and we mentioned that SD2 is scheduled for monitoring report next month. Can we just have a reminder of what the process is to discuss strategic directive updates? Because I know that over the last year or so, we've talked about the separation of language changes to strategic directives from the monitoring report timeline. And so maybe Scott could provide some update on how we look at the monitoring report now, expecting a similar type of monitoring report next month, but then what that looks like for the consideration of policy discussion that follows on those monitoring reports.
Excellent. Great. Thank you, Eric, for the question. I actually want to acknowledge that what a great opportunity it was to pause and be able to review this monitoring report and celebrate in this way. The fact that we've separated those conversations is really a reflection of a board request at some point in time that said it feels like these are separate from refinements, and so the process has been designed that way. Our intention right now is to have an annual review where there's an opportunity to take a look at the body of policies and really create a consensus of where the board is in terms of refinement. Does it continue to adequately reflect the strategic direction the board that the board is desiring? And are there certain directives that rise to the surface that would warrant some level of refinement? Because candidly, with everything changing, perhaps they no longer reflect that desired direction, or certainly it could be clarified. So we're looking at July or August as a potential for that offsite. In light of COVID-19, how we handle that offsite could be different than it was last year, but we are looking at that as a time frame. The other thing that I would like to do is to be able to bring that process to governance committee and have a discussion and bring back to full board. Does that process on an annual basis continue to serve the board in terms of where it is? And if there's anything that we need to do to refine that process, we would surface through that conversation. Does that answer your question, Director Williams?
Yeah, absolutely. And the reason I ask is that, like I said, as we look at the monitoring report now and next month, and we think about a July and August timeline, I think it's important that both board members and any stakeholders, customer owners who want to express their feelings, that if we're looking at an annual discussion of which strategic directives or policies might need to be updated to better reflect the direction we're going, that this over the next couple of months is the time when we should all be taking notes, reviewing where we've had success, like this monitoring report, and looking at areas where there might be some work to be done as we look to continued improvement in the future. So I appreciate that clarification, because now is roughly the time to be taking those notes and being prepared for that discussion and the work that would follow. So I think it's really important that we all, thanks for bringing that up, Scott.
Thank you for raising the question.
All right, any other comments? All right, I don't see any further hands up. Craig, I assume your hand up is no longer applicable.
Well, I got to take my hand down.
Okay. All right. Well, with that, that concludes the Finance Committee report.
All right, Finance Committee, well done. Lots of good conversation and topics, and you kept us not just on, but ahead of schedule, despite Javier's long meandering story that he told. I'm kidding, Javier. Okay, so as I mentioned in the chat, if you haven't seen it, we're gonna just take a brief break now and delay our longer lunch break to try and break up the meeting a little bit more. So I have 11:48. I think a 10-minute break should be sufficient to get up, walk around, get some coffee, maybe a snack or whatever it is that you need. So we will plan to reconvene at 11:58 a.m. Okay, enjoy the break, everyone.
And Craig, is there do you have any reminders about what we should or should not do with the technology here? Leave the audio and video. What is best practice in a public meeting like this?
Yeah, I would say, I mean, we're going to put this screen up so that anybody that's tuned in can see it. So I would just mute yourself, and then I'm going to shut my camera off for the time being. I think that would be what I would recommend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get started here in just about a minute or so. Okay. I think we're ready to jump back in. I see that most everyone is present in some form or fashion. So we are on to system management and nuclear oversight. Director Mulhoff, you're up.
All right, thank you. The System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee met via WebEx on April 30th, and we discussed two items. The first was the transportation contract update. The committee and management team reviewed and discussed the status of confidential rail transportation contract negotiations. And then the second item was a review of the generation interconnection applications for Power with Purpose project that was due to SPP prior to the April 30th deadline. The committee and management team again reviewed and discussed the generation interconnection applications that they filed with the Southwest Power Pool. And that ends my report, but I believe that Mary Fisher has three other items that we need to bring to the committee this morning. So over to you.
I believe it's still morning. No, it's afternoon. Good afternoon.
We're 1 minute past. All right.
And thank you. I have two action items that I'd like to discuss this morning, and then just a report on our nuclear activities. So I'll start with Sarpy County 2. We are requesting that the board allow us to bypass the seal bid process and be able to negotiate a contract for the inspection and then eventual repair of Sarpy County 2. This is the same action that we took about a year ago with Sarpy County 1. Both of those units were put in service in 1971 and have seen service that requires us to do major overhauls periodically. Our investigation, we do pretty much annual servicing on these machines. As we did our last bore scope investigation in the fall of 2019, we made the determination that both with the OEM, which is GE, the manufacturer, as well as another company that took a look at this, that we could work our way through the summer with Sarpy County 2 the way it was, but in the fall, we needed to take it out of service and do a major overhaul. Part of the reason that we want to move in the direction that we do in terms of not having a sealed bid process is really because as we disassemble this unit and look at repairs, we'll make decisions from an engineering viewpoint as to what's the best overall parts, what's the best over repair plan that we can put together for this unit. And we really need to be able to work with these vendors as we move through that process. Not having it torn apart today and really understanding what the full extent of things that we need to repair are currently really lends itself to this sort of ask from the board. Sarpy County 2 is therefore recommended that we ask the board to move forward with this application or with this action item. And with that, I would be happy to take any questions you might have.
Mary, this is Director Williams. Can you help us understand kind of the, I know that you just indicated that the entire extent is uncertain, but can you help us understand a little bit of kind of generally what we're talking about here?
Yes, we will disassemble the unit and inspect it. Kind of typical parts that we would be looking at would be the compressor stages, the bearings, the combustion section, the turbine sections, and then we would look at to upgrade our seals, as well as looking at parts and specifications for any new parts that the OEM may be recommending that we take a look at during that time. Typically, what we see that gives us the cause for this repair or replacement during these inspections will include cracking, embrittlement, foreign objects that may have gotten in there and caused some damage, and the just regular wear of our internal parts. So those will be the things that we'll be inspecting for, and then we'll be doing it in the combustion sections as well as in the turbine sections to evaluate the overall condition of the machine.
And so the action here would be the last action. Would there be additional presentations? I guess the follow-up question there is, do we have an idea of kind of the a rough dollar amount that this might cost through the inspection or repair process? And then one more follow-up there. Was this included in a capital plan for this year, or just kind of how it fits into our overall expected costs for the year?
Oh, that's the easy question. Yes, it was included in the overall cost for the year. As we investigated last fall, we knew that it would be part of the capital budget that we would need to expend, and we've been making plans to expend the dollars for this particular unit overhaul in the fall. In terms of the first question, which I think I just lost track of, I'm sorry.
I guess looking for kind of order of magnitude type of cost here. It's over 500,000, but there's a lot of numbers over 500,000.
Yes, there are. And yes, our engineers have made an estimate that the repair will be about $2.7 million, which is very similar to what we saw last year with our Sarpy County 1 unit.
And
I was going to mention that this is seems to be fairly common as far as the cost, and I think we do have it printed down based on previous similar work. It's $2.7 million. I think it's very important to keep these babies going.
And to that end, I might just mention that Sarpy County 2, in terms of service hours, just a couple of maybe statistics to help you with this. In 2017, it operated 344 hours. In 2019, it operated 716 hours. And so we're seeing that we're utilizing this machines more so as we move into, I think, the market and how the market is reacting to renewable generation. We're seeing a lot more starts on these units as well. There were 83 starts in 2017 and 141 in 2019. So we are utilizing them more, and it's important for us to keep these units operational and in good condition.
Director Mulhall, this is Tim Burke. I would just add to Director Williams' question. Once we get in there and do the inspections, there may be times, and there has been times, where we've gone in there and the scope has changed because of what we saw, either the wearing or other faults or other potential cracks that didn't show up in any of the diagnostics, but does show up as we begin to dive deeper in the unit. And when those things happen, we would come back and report to the board the change in scope and what that would look like. But based on this, it would be a normal kind of scoping document that we would go and do the inspection of this unit and make what we would consider as traditional repairs. But if it's bigger than that, we would come back to the board and report on that.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hand raised, so let's go to the next item.
Actually, mine was raised there, Director Moore.
Didn't see it. Thank you. Go ahead.
That's all right. Thank you. So Sarpy County Units 1 and 2, this being 2, remind me what the age of the units are, and I appreciate that they're being run more hours these days, but overall, how old are these units? And
So Sarpy County 1 and 2 are our GE units. They're 54 megawatts and they were put in service in 1971. The last major overhaul that we've had on this unit has been over 18 years ago.
and can you lay out for me, you know, I'll just relate it to personal experience. Can you lay out for me, if we can, it's correct to use the analogy of a personal car, and
great place to do this is at the
that wasn't me.
No.
Personal use of a car. When do we decide that repairs are less the path we would go forward, and then replacement is something we would choose?
And that is a question that we ask ourselves every time we look at a major overhaul on a piece of equipment. As we looked at this unit, we looked at the use, we looked at the service that it has seen, we looked at the number of starts that it has seen, and we looked at how the machine has been able to service us over the last 18 years. So a $2.7 million repair compared to a new unit, which is significantly more, to us seemed to be economical and viable for our customer owners to keep our rates low. As we look at these machines, at some point in time, you are correct that we will have to replace these units as opposed to repair them. But when we look at the internals and we get into that, if we find something that, to Tim's point, is catastrophically wrong with this machine, we may come back and tell you that we've made a different decision. We're just not at that point yet as we look at this machine, and until we get in and disassemble it. At that point, we would have to make that decision. And I just don't have any information today that would tell me that this is the point in time in which we would do that.
All right, thanks.
Hey, Mary. I have my hand up. This is Tim. What exactly catastrophic would be, like what? What would be catastrophic if you do that? What kind of break?
You know, I think it was when we would have to replace the majority of the unit, in terms of as we get in and start to look at it. If we're just replacing blades, that's one thing. If we're replacing the whole unit, again, if we have to spend significantly more dollars on doing something like that and replace all of the internals, obviously at that point we need to reconsider what we do with the unit.
You're on mute, Janice.
Now I don't see any other hand raised. I think we can move on to just one comment then. Mary, have Sarpy County units, and we haven't had to actually replace any of our units or peaking plants in the recent. Okay.
No, we have not. What we've done is put in preventative maintenance measures. We do things like these borescopes. We make sure that we maintain them properly so that we do get the long-term life out of our units.
Right. Well, thank you very much. So go ahead and go on with the next item.
Thank you, Director Mulhoff. The next action item is Nebraska City 2 reheater upper bank unit. I have a few pictures I'd like to show you today that I think will help explain what we're requesting here. In the first picture that you see there, you can see kind of the slits that are in our tubes. Those are an example of failures that we've been seeing on some of the upper bank of the reheater tubing. Ms. Sanders, if you go to the next slide, please. So what we're suggesting and what we're asking for the board to approve on Thursday is to actually cut out this upper bank of the reheater section. You can see that on the left-hand side, and you can see where we would actually make cut lines in the design here, both on the upper and the lower section. And what we'll be doing is, if you look at the right-hand picture where it says Chanute proposed, you see those bolded lines. What we're suggesting is that we would add corrosion protection onto those bolded lines. You can see it says additional tube shields, and then also add another ladder strap. The ladder strap maintains positioning of the tubes as it goes through its operations. And so just a few things that we would add that would be a bit different from what we have in existing. We did receive, next slide, please. I'm sorry. This is just a picture of what I just showed you in the diagram, again, with the ladder straps, where we would change or cut the tubes and then replace those. This is a picture of the same sort of reheater tubing section at Nebraska City 1 when we had it open in 2008. It would be very similar to Nebraska City 2 boiler. And Ms. Henders, I believe that's the last slide we have. Oh, there's the ladder straps, sorry. You can kind of see kind of the wavy line going across. That's what helps to keep those tubes in position as it goes through the thermal stresses and the expansion that it goes through as part of the boiler unit. So again, adding some spacing straps in there, ladder straps in there to keep it where we want it to be. We received, I believe that's the last slide now. Thank you. We did receive 7 bids. One bidder gave us a second option, so there were 8 options that we looked at. Out of those 7 bids, 3 of them were determined to be legally non-responsive. We evaluated the other 4 to be look at the technical issues associated with those, technical response associated with those. We also looked at the pricing. But one of the things that factored heavily into our decision to recommend Chanute is really where the material is coming from and the fabrication that's being done. If you look at GE, Riley, and Boiler Tube of America, the material is all coming from China. And we felt that there might be a slowdown in getting the material into the US from China, especially given the executive order that came out earlier in the month. Chanute, we have had experience with them. They do their manufacturing here in the US, and our experience with them has been good. They've been a good contractor to work with. And so we are recommending to the board to allow us to award the contract to Chanute Manufacturing for the manufacturing and fabrication of the tubing assemblies. And I do want to add that the installation of this will be a contract that we will come to the board with later in the year.
Are there any questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, Mary, you mentioned the sensitivity to time based on where the equipment might be sourced from. Does that mean that the unit is currently not in operation, or can you help us understand where we are now and what the timeline for the arrival of the equipment is, and then the arrival of the installation, and how that all plays into whether or not it is in service now or at some of those times in the future?
Our unit is in service. Nebraska City 2 is up and operating well. These boiler tube failures cause unplanned outages, which we like to try to avoid for reliability purposes, as well as making sure that we have the electricity available for our customers when they demand it. What we know about failures of this type is that they tend to progress. And so if you catch them early, then you don't have as many unplanned failures. In terms of the timing on this, we do have a scheduled outage or planned outage of Nebraska City 2 next spring. And we'd like to get this material here to include this as part of that outage.
Anne, go ahead.
Yeah, Can you comment on just the stresses that these boiler tubes endure, what the temperature is that these I think people would have a better idea of why we have to really look at these and the stress that they undergo.
I might phone a friend for that. Scott Edom, do you want to take that question for me?
Doing that now to get an exact range. So if you just give me 1 second, I will do that. The temperatures that we expect to see for steam is approximately 1,000 to 1,050 degrees Fahrenheit. So those tubing assemblies do undergo some definite thermal expansion and contraction stresses during the cycle. And then the gaseous temperatures within that they are exposed to on the outside are higher than that, but 1,050 degrees for the steam temperature.
Thanks, Scott.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, Scott. I appreciate your help.
Yes.
Okay, well, so both of these contracts or both of these items on the consent agenda, unless anybody has any objection to that, and we can talk about that at the end of the meeting. Mary, could we have a Nebraska Fort Calhoun or nuclear power update? And also, I'm going to put you on the spot here. At the end of your presentation, give us an idea of how your staff are doing, the workers at the employees at all the plants, and how they're coping with the COVID, and just want to extend our thanks to them as well.
Thank you, Director Malhoff. I will address that at the end of the Nuclear Oversight Committee report. I'm pleased to report that the nuclear team is working on the last canister of fuel. This week, I suspect that they will be done with the fuel movements. All fuel will be out of the pool and onto our ISFAC pad. Tim is going to address that more in detail at his president's report on Thursday at the board meeting. The construction of the ISFAC operations facility building has been delayed approximately 1 month due to the COVID travel restrictions of one of the major contractors that we're using at that facility. I'm also happy to report that contractor is now allowed to travel, and they have shown up on site, and the work is now continuing on as planned. And then just several other items that have been delayed or deferred based on the COVID situation, such as asbestos removal, pre-deconstruction activities, equipment removal inside of the plant, and some other activities. So all of our projects not associated with what we feel to be as safety issues at the plant or safety considerations at the plant, such as moving the fuel from the pool to the pad, which gives us much greater safety, have been deferred or delayed or slowed. I'd also like to report that our Nuclear Oversight Committee at the site continues to monitor the performance of the nuclear organization. They continue to report the performance is good. They did continue with the external vendor in Greensboro, North Carolina, in terms of building those canisters. As I indicated, all of those canisters have been built, shipped to site, and we are currently loading the last one. A big kudos out to our nuclear oversight team and Jerry Beasley in particular for continuing to be persevere through all of the ups and downs that we've had associated with building those canisters and getting them on site with the proper paperwork, which I think we've talked about before. They've also conducted an internal audit on radiation, chemistry, effluent, and environmental monitoring. They concluded that it was effectively implemented. Those programs are effectively implemented, and that they met all of the expectations. They identified 6 areas of deficiencies for the team to consider. Also, we had them conduct an internal management assessment, and we did that specifically to look at the closure of the pool to pad work orders for the fuel canister loading. They found one deficiency that needs to be addressed, and all of the package closure expectations are being met at this time. And last but certainly not least, our quality assurance topical report needs to follow, the quality program needs to follow the changes that are making at site. And I did approve a new version of our quality assurance topical report. And I actually have revision 14 of that report on my desk to review, which will be an ISVC only quality assurance topical report. So a lot of work going on the quality area with our nuclear oversight team. And that concludes my report on nuclear. I will just pause there for questions, and then I'll follow up with the question that Director Malhoff posed earlier.
I'm going to start off. Mary, can you talk about when the contractor shows up again on site, how they're integrated or quarantined from our OPPD staff so that we're protected from anybody coming in to the facility from other parts of the country?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it is something that I will say that we're struggling with at all of the power plants. We do use contractors to help us with specialty work, like the work that's being at the ISVC only facility that's being done by, this is a security contractor that specializes in installing security equipment. And we do have specialty contractors that come in at our other locations. We do have chemicals that need to be delivered. We still have all of the operations that we're doing at our power plants. We've taken some actions to mitigate any consequences of these vendors coming in from out of our service territory. We asked them, one, to ensure that they've been monitoring travel. We have received from all of our vendors, or if we don't, we are getting all of these, what their travel bans are and how they're monitoring their employees. We're asking them that if it's applicable to the work and conducive to the work, that they wear masks, that they do maintain a 6-foot distance from people. As you know, when you go through the turnstiles and go through the security at the security building, especially at Fort Calhoun, that's a tight area. We're trying to monitor that as best we can. We're doing frequent cleanings twice a day in those areas. We also go into the common areas at the other plants. We are cleaning those twice a day. We're asking employees on a voluntary basis to wear masks. We have not mandated that for lots of different reasons. You know, people could have issues with just wearing a mask and feeling like they were in a confined space. And so we're trying to walk that balance of making our people comfortable at work and not putting too many restrictions on the work that they're doing. I will tell you that I have received a lot of complaints from employees feeling that we're not doing everything we can to maintain their safety. I can tell you that we struggle with it, but we have to do the work, right? We have to maintain our ability to operate these facilities. And my facilities, I mean, these plants, people have to go in and turn valves. I have to have people physically in those facilities. So we are doing everything. We listen to what their issues are. We try to come up with solutions. As we went through our outages this spring, we deferred work that we didn't feel was critical to be done. So part of what you see in the savings on our O&M is associated with that. We didn't have a lot of the overtime that we thought we would. Last spring, when we were doing our outages, we were moving our crews from Fort Calhoun and North Omaha down to Nebraska City to help with the outage. We've not done that. We're doing it with the crews that are specifically there, limiting that cross-pollination that might occur should someone be sick. So I can guarantee you we're listening to everything. We're trying to take it all into account. We are doing our best to ensure that people are monitored. We ask them every morning if they've taken their temperature, and then there's a five question questionnaire that we ask them to go through. Do you feel ill? If you are, you need to stay home. Have you been around anyone that is being tested for COVID? So we're doing that every morning. We're doing that at every shift changeover. So we're doing as best we can, I think, in terms of the conditions that we have. But again, you know, it is a struggle each and every day. We have equipment that is really difficult to clean. If you think about the monitors as you go in and out of a radioactive area, those are really difficult. We've been searching in the industry as to how to clean those. I don't think we have a good response from the industry at this point in time, but we are tracking and monitoring. I get on a weekly COO call with the large power, public power council. I hear sort of the same things from all of them, and we are tracking and monitoring what they're doing. And I think we are being consistent with what's happening throughout the majority of the utility industry.
Thank you. Ann had a question or comment?
Yeah, I just have a comment. You know, I appreciate the challenges that management has, plus also the challenges that all the employees have and everything. And again, it's no one knows exactly what's going to happen with this COVID, and it looks like definitely looked like we had a staffing reduction that was planned for mid-year that was dependent on the ISFSI being completed on time. It's not going to happen. So I wonder if Gary, you can comment on how you're communicating with these people who are expecting to, you know, leave or, you know, the staffing reduction, but now it's going to be delayed. How are you communicating that with them? Just another challenge I believe you have.
It is, and that is a staffing reduction that has been planned for 1.5 to 2 years. It's not coming as a surprise. We did communicate to them as we got into this COVID that there could be an impact on that date, given the fact that we saw that this new facility that was being built would likely be delayed. We have communicated to them that instead of June 1st, it would likely be July 1st. We've also been working with, and I really give credit to Mark Sedke and her team about how do we do a career transition experience for people in this new world that we have due to COVID. And Mart has come up with a solution to do that on a virtual basis. I believe it's going to be just as good for the employees that are being let go or laid off during this time. Her and her team have worked really diligently to ensure that it's going to be a meaningful experience for them as well.
Thank you.
And Eric, did you have something you wanted to ask?
Yeah, Mary, I appreciate the update there. And having visited the facility, I'm very interested in how things are going, particularly with the canisters being placed. Very difficult to try and get some actual understanding of that for both nuclear safety concerns, but now also public health concerns. Is there some documentation being done? Because the number of facilities like this across the country, I mean, decommissioning and transferring from the pool to the ISFSI is a very unique type of thing to be happening. I'm just very curious about what that actually physically looks like, and if we are able to do photo or video documentation as that's in process, because as it winds down in the next month or so, I guess I'm just very interested in what that actually looks like, and if that is something that we can actually see.
That is a great question, and something that we have been looking at, and that is something that I feel confident will be shared on Thursday, assuming all plans go as expected over the next couple of days. There have been security issues associated with that, but if we get the last canister put home on the ISFSI, we'll be able to share some of that on Thursday at the board meeting.
Great, thanks very much, appreciate it.
Director Williams, this is Lisa. It is one of those that the teams are working really closely together so that we can capture all of this. It's like when we do a refueling outage. So inside a nuclear power plant, the teams have been working really closely together to capture it.
Yes, thank you, Lisa. It was remiss of me not to recognize that Lisa and her team have been in there really helping us to do that.
And Craig, did you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Director Molhoff. First, Mary, to you and your team, thank you for the diligence and all the work that you're doing. I understand the challenges with respect to how to handle this virus, especially in that environment. I can't imagine the complexity in navigating that. I honestly, I understand the concerns the employees have, and I thank them for their continued work in the plants. I also honestly appreciate the fact that they are mindful of it. That's better than the alternative, which is to say, this virus doesn't exist. I'm not concerned about it. That's a much scarier alternative, in my opinion. So the fact that they're really mindful of the dangers is something that will, I hope, keep them laser focused on being as safe as they possibly can in this environment. Just a kind of a curiosity question with respect to the contractor that has the travel restrictions due to the pandemic. Do we have any sense for what the triggers are that would free them up again? Not that I'm suggesting we open the economy. I'm definitely not, but I'm just kind of curious if there's sort of a line that gets crossed and all of a sudden they're free and ready to start work again.
You know, I can't really speak to why their management team decided it was okay for them to travel, except that I do think that as the two teams talked through how we could do the work, how we could maintain safe distancing, how we could ensure that their team would remain safe, I believe that it was those conversations that actually led us to be able to accommodate some of their concerns, some of our concerns as well for our employees. So I think it was really working with the two teams to really understand what measures we could take to protect everyone that would be associated with that work.
Great, thank you.
And I appreciate your comment about the concern from the employees. It is draining to hear, but I agree that it's better that they are concerned.
And Mary, on that note, I'm sure that the employee relations are extremely challenging, but when we talk about essential operations, the definition there can sometimes get a little fluid, but with nuclear decommissioning and literally life critical operations like the electric utility in our community, there is no more possible definition of an actual essential service. So I appreciate everything that you and your team are doing to continue to carry out those vital operations, because they support, again, literally everything else that happens in our community and our society. So nothing more essential than the work that you are doing, and again, deep appreciation for all of that, even in a public health crisis, which doesn't really have a rule book. So thanks again for all of that.
Thank you, Director Williams.
And just for the board's perspective, when Mary says Tim will talk about it in the president's report, Mary will talk about it in Tim's president's report. So that's what she really meant to say, I think. So she and the team deserve a lot of credit. This was pretty important work, and the board, voted to move from safe store to decommissioning, and this was part of the reason is to facilitate this point to move the spent fuel pool into the dry cask storage very quickly so we could begin the decommissioning work. And so her and her team ought to celebrate that, and we certainly do as a senior team on the great work that's been done in an incredibly safe manner. So you'll hear Mary's voice in my president's report on Thursday.
Okay, thank you, Mary, and thanks again to your team for all their great work. We have one power outage, power failure isn't something we've had to worry about in this pandemic, and it's all due to their diligence and hard work. So thank you again for that.
Thank you, Director Melville.
I don't see any other hands raised, and I think that's the. Dr. Levine.
That is in fact the end of the systems report. So thank you, Director Molhoff. Well done. We're trucking right along, everybody, doing good on time. Appreciate the manner in which we're continuing to engage virtually. So the conversations are good, and don't hesitate to continue to ask questions. And to the extent that we can, treat this as much like a normal board meeting as we can. Okay, so I'm going to give us 30 minutes for lunch, which means we will reconvene at 1:10 p.m. If I'm doing my math correctly. Yeah. As Eric suggested, mute yourself, shut off your video, and then get some lunch, stretch your legs, and we'll reconvene at 1:10 p.m. Thanks, everybody. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get started here in just about 1 minute. Okay, we are ready to get started. Hope everyone had a good, healthy lunch, stretched their legs a little bit, let the dog out. We're on to public information. Director Yoder, are you ready?
Sure.
Okay, let's do it.
We met on May 5th. We reviewed the initial language for the legislative resolution to support BL9. Walked through the document. That pretty much took all of the time. What I am proposing as process, so let me make sure that staff knows how much I appreciate all of the work that they put into that. It was a very thorough document, and I am thankful for all the work that they've done. It really helped tee up the conversation. The purpose of that document moving forward, I think, is twofold. One is for the board to provide support for activity that's already happening. So, for example, the LIHEAP activity that's going on every year, I think board members would appreciate the opportunity to reinforce that and signal that to other elected officials that that's an important, valuable activity on the part of the CEO and his team. The other role for this document, I believe, is going to unfold as we move ahead, and that is for members of the board to find language that that they can all share as far as their intent. That's a little more detailed than what is expressed in BL9. So I know when talking with different members of the board, I hear different levels of support for different initiatives, and then as a whole, I think that doesn't give Tim and his team, senior management team, a clear signal for what the board's expectations are for some of their activities. Excuse me, relative to lobbying and legislative activity. So to the process that I see unfolding here is we as the PI committee talked about each element. It's my charge, and I have started talking to some members, but not all of the other members of the board, to find out where they have comfort or discomfort with the language. And then I believe that if there, that I have the opportunity to offer some changes for the PI committee to discuss in the June meeting. Okay, so that's the purpose, that's the process, that's where we are. Any questions or comments from members of the committee or members of the board? And I'm pulling up, looking for hand signals at this point. I see Eric has his hand up virtually.
I guess that must have been lingering from before lunch, so 35-minute mistake, but I'll jump in. I appreciate your work, Rick, and the PI committee. You mentioned that we would be reviewing this, so the language will be sent around to the entire board, or I'm sorry, can you clarify a little bit of how the review process and the comments will be provided by PI committee members and other board members, or is this expected to then be a discussion at the next all committee meeting in June? A little more clarification on how we'll be involved in participating in this.
Thank you for the request for clarification. Sorry that I didn't make it clear up front. But please, I'm open to changes based on what I'm saying. My intent is to talk with each of the board members to see where they are on the elements. So that will, by necessity, require sharing of the draft language with other members of the board, just to spur that discussion. Then I believe it's up to me to, if I hear strong disagreement between members of the PI committee and other members of the board, is to come back to the committee in the June committee meeting, PI committee meeting, and talk about differences that I've heard or present differences that I've heard in alternative language. My hope is that the PI committee can say, oh, didn't know that. Oh, I do know that, and I'm not moving. And then have something that we can present to the board as a whole in the June full committee. Does that better explain the process?
Yeah, yes, it does. And then would you care to timeline any further where we might be seeing the updated back, language or to an approval, or how this might end up being implemented? Because we look at, legislative timelines, and November looms pretty large as far as what policies we might be responding to, supporting, or opposing. So do you have an idea of, is this a fall type of thing, or is that to be discussed through June and then looking forward?
So allow me to be naive and whatever characteristic you want to attribute to it, but I think we move forward on this irrespective of whatever happens in November. I hope that the language will be agreed upon primarily by the PI committee in June, that the full board in committee will talk about it in the June meeting, but I don't expect there to be resolution. I wouldn't expect the board to act on it till August, would be my expectation. That's my hope. What actually happens and comes out of discussion comes out of discussion. I'm sorry.
If I could comment?
I welcome your comments. Yes,
Okay,
please.
I have a couple of comments. First of all, I think we have to look at the intent of BL9, and it's delegation to the president and the CEO. What are we delegating to the president and the CEO? And I think we have to have a discussion, and I'd like this maybe with the entire board, to discuss what's the review, this proposed draft. Is this draft something that we're going to be doing every year because topics change? Or is this going to be is this going to be a broad enough resolution that it covers something for, looking in the future? I think we still haven't figured that out in discussion with, with the other board members. I would like comment on that. But I think we have, at the same time, we've got to have this discussion with our president and see what his ideas are on this. And I don't know, maybe Tim, you could start out and explain, do you think this is the type of resolution that should be something that we're going to be changing every year based on what the legislature looks like and what the feds are looking at? Or how do you envision this?
I would not envision it certainly to have significant changes each year. It would be a broad enough, really about the impacts of the business, that we have a clear perspective of legislation that we would support, that we would challenge, that we would create potentially. I think when the alternative would be if it changes each year. I think you create confusion in the minds of legislators and regulators. And so to me, it has to be broad enough to allow us to move for multiple periods of time based on really our strategic directives. And I know there was conversations of this at the board level. We use a basis today of our strategic directives around current legislative activities today and regulatory activities. And so again, I think the team that began to put this together was really thinking about it in that regard. How do we, kind of live with those strategic directives that isn't necessarily meant to be, significantly changed on an annual basis because they're strategic in nature. So, but I would also say you could update it as necessary, as there are significant changes that aren't representative in the broad policy, then you would make changes.
So Tim and Ann, I know you recall this. Tim, you weren't there. The discussion of timing and time of updates both came up in the committee, and I thought that the PI committee and the advice we got from the management representatives was that this is something that the board would roll out and approve on maybe every 2 years, consistent with the state and federal legislative calendars as being 2 years. And I see you shaking your head no, but that's what I recall.
That's why I'd like the discussion, of everybody else about this. I think that if we keep on changing this all the time, we're utilized, I don't know, does it just become a political forum for us rather than what we should be looking at is our strategic directives and working from those strategic directives as far as a resolution.
I'll make one last comment and then I'll open it up. So the way that this came about is because there's a gap between the language of the strategic directives and the actions that are taken by senior management. And I think elected officials are elected to make policy, and there's the perspective on the part of members of the electorate that the board should be active there to help fill that gap. So my perspective, I'll be quiet. Others, let me go to the chat and look for raised hands. There's a Craig Moody.
Yeah, I think that historical perspective is important, right? Like, let's recall where this conversation started, and it was to Eric's question several agenda items ago at our workshop last August. We went through a process to sort of raise to our attention internally those strategic directives, the BLs, which were causing us the most concern. And maybe concern is not the right word, but maybe had opportunities for clarification and improvement. That's where this started and came from. And I think we've been slowly working throughout last year and now this year on how we can improve that, because there has, to my knowledge, since I've been on the board, that's been a point of kind of back and forth. And if you ask Lisa Olson kind of how it's changed over the last few years, it's been rather dramatic in the way that senior management has really engaged with the board in bringing to us all of the legislative activity that's happening both at the local and state level and federal level, to be sure. So this was, at least as was ideated last year in 2019, as an opportunity to get clarification on what those strategic directives are saying, right? Like, our strategic directives define the direction of the utility. They are what should be guiding any activities that are happening at the from a legislative standpoint. This is a way to kind of put a finer point on those and just say, okay, well, we've got the strategic directives. We can all interpret those slightly differently. So this is really intended to be that mechanism by which to actually put a finer point so that we can all look at it and agree on and have greater clarity around what those strategic directives are telling us to do. And as I recall, from the members of senior management that were involved in those discussions last year, everybody kind of went, yep, we need that. That would be helpful because when we wouldn't have to be coming back to you and wondering whether or not we're interpreting what you're telling us correctly. The frequency of updating it, I mean, after reading through it once, it doesn't seem as though with all of that said, there's such a sharp point on it that it's going to kind of flail with the winds of the time. I think most of these things that are in there are pretty steadfast and aren't going to evolve really quickly over time. Certainly, we should probably have some sort of a reasonable review process, but even when we do that, I don't expect that it will change much, if at all, whenever that review process comes by.
Thank you, Director Moody. If I could just offer a quick perspective on that updating. If it is brought before the board every 2 years, doesn't mean it's changed every 2 years. It's just it can be to reinforce and what's already been said, along with the new cycle that's out there among the legislators. I'm sorry, anything else, Director Moody? Okay, thank you for your comments. Director Williams, I see you have your hand up.
Yeah, in discussing kind of where this falls, I think strategic directives as setting the overall what that we talked about in the past for the organization. I do feel like the point of a gap between what the overall outcomes are and somewhat of how those are getting carried out does exist. And I think we've talked about this both with relation to strategic directives, and this is one area where it seems like there's a particular opportunity for communication confusion. And so one example would be right now, and I know several of us have talked about this, the consideration by FERC with national standard on net metering, which would remove some of the states' rights or the local control over the way our utilities operate. Now, we don't have a strategic directive which explicitly says how we would engage on that topic. And so somewhere from SD 792 something, we would need to have some interpretation in order to get to what the policy engagement might be on that topic. And so I feel like that's an example of where strategic directives are, evaluated for how they are setting the policies that we'd like to see carried forward, but without trying to make them too prescriptive, there is still some additional policy level discussion that needs to be had, particularly with how the organization engages on other topics. And I think that some clarification through a legislative resolution feels like a good way to help address that. A 2-year kind of approval cycle on those bullet points feels like a pretty good cycle, again, matched to some of the legislative cycles that are out there. Some things may come up and then disappear, may come up and get accomplished. All of those things seem like they could happen, but agreed that we don't need to be wholesale rewriting the entire list top to bottom, because a number of topics will for sure continue from 2-year cycles on and on. And so I don't think that 2 years feels too frequent to reconfirm and maybe add or remove as necessary, or in as appropriate, not make any changes, but just to reconfirm the positions that were still there from 2 years ago. So I like the direction that you're outlining here, Rick, on having that input and using this as a tool for some expanded clarification on where the policy objectives seem to be going, without having to have strategic directives that are too in the weeds, because that won't be helpful for our operations. So I think this is a good mechanism to kind of accomplish some of that middle ground stuff and how the organization expresses ourselves to others at the state or federal level.
Thank you, Director Williams. Anything more on your part?
Did you, in discussing some of the topics that were on the list, you did not intend to have any discussion about that today, correct?
I did not,
okay,
because I haven't had a chance to talk to everybody.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I was following the intention here of whether or not you were looking for specifics now, or if that's intended to be between now and June, and then at the all committee meeting in June, as you had mentioned.
Yep.
Okay, great.
CFO Fernandez, I see you have your hand up.
I do. Thank you, Director Yoder. If I may, I'm just going to point an observation. Great discussion here. It seems to me, just looking at the topics that have been included in BL9, seems to me that very valuable document, good discussion, significantly more topic heavy than I would say any of our strategic directives individually. When we discuss, debate, refine, revise a strategic directive, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of employee hours devoted to each one of these revisions. That's one of the reasons why we've decided to take a paused approach and figure out, okay, where are we going to devote our resources when we revise strategic directives? Because each one of these efforts take hundreds or thousands of employee hours. It may not look like from the public, because we only come to the public once we have something to share, but there's many, many hours involved in there. My observation here is that this BL9, in my opinion, it has very, very heavy topics that if we were to open these up for discussion and debate and revision every 2 years, I would only respectfully ask the board of directors here to consider the amount of work involved in there, and if there is a mechanism in the future to evaluate the level of detail and study that would have to occur every 2 years to really achieve what I'm hearing some of the directors want to achieve every 2 years. So it's just a flagging the resources that it would take, and that it would be a significant uplift. I'm not saying it's a bad one, but it's from where I stand, managing resources of the organization from a budget perspective, I see the potential of these being a massive use of resources, not judging whether it's a good or not use of resources, but just alerting the board that these would be probably more resource intensive than any SD revision.
I appreciate that, Javier, I do. And I think it's good to raise the flag at this point. Let's revisit that as we take a look at what the language actually becomes. And I will need your help to bring that reminder back to the conversation. Is that okay?
You got it.
All right, thank you. Director Bogner, I see you had your hand up and then it's not up. Where are you on this?
I don't really have anything additional to add, but I'll still add something. So, I think that it's all about strategy, right? So making sure that our strategic directives match our financial strategy, match our legislative strategy, match our rate strategy. All this comes down to having a cohesive strategy. And I think that work, we're working on that. And I think that I'll continue to watch as this progresses and provide comment further on. But I just wanted to make that connection point here.
Thank you. I appreciate you pulling together that strategic reminder for everything that we're trying to do. And Tim Burke, to your comment, I definitely think that the language here does have to stay up at the strategic level, and I just reinforcing that. Go ahead.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, unless there are other comments, I do have one other item.
I guess, Rick, I'm interested to hear what your other item is, but I did want to follow up and see if you had any discussion on that FERC topic. If that was your other item, great. If not, is that something we could discuss because of the timely nature?
Well, the other item, you may be surprised to hear, is that there's a FERC NOPR out there, and I know that people have asked, not just me, but other directors, about what OPPD's position is during this window of comments. It kind of goes to the intent of BL9. So I'm wondering, Vice President Olson, if someone could help bring us up to speed relatively quickly and let us know where things are headed with OPPD's comments on the FERC NOPR.
Can I interject for just a minute, please?
Sure.
I am mindful of having discussions about matters that were not on the agenda, so I want to just pause for a minute and just make sure we're squared away and give Mr. Bruckner an opportunity to tell us whether or not we can continue with this conversation or whether or not we need to set it aside.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Moody. I think the discussion is acceptable under the Open Meetings Act. I do think that if you get into an extensive discussion of adopting new kinds of policies and that sort of thing, it gets a little bit closer to a situation where we should have had a more specific agenda item. But I think some of this discussion, such as you've been having, is just fine. Thanks for asking.
So what we've been having and what we're about to have as well are both good in your mind?
Yes, that's right. I should have been more clear. Yes.
All right. Thank you. Carry on, Mr. Yoder. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Moody, and thank you, Mr. Bruckner. Over to you.
All right.
Ms. Olson.
Yes, thank you, Director Yoder. Appreciate that. We have been giving some updates in Director's Update, but I thought we could just take a few moments and have Joe Lang kind of bring it to life. So I'm going to pass it over to Mr. Lang.
Is Mr. Lang on the, I don't see him as a panelist, so I'm still going to bring him in.
That may be it. I saw him
He was there
an attendee earlier.
So
He's
I
still
think they're
an
bringing
attendee.
him in as a, go ahead.
Looks like he's there. He's just not muted yet. There he is.
Okay, I think I'm.
You're good.
Everybody hear me all right? Okay. So just briefly, with Chairman Moody's direction, certainly, and Mr. Bruckner's direction on making sure we fly at the right altitude. So just briefly at a high level, I think there's kind of two issues that's being raised, one by Director Williams and one Yoder. And I'll touch on Yoder's, and I'm not sure what you want to touch on, because there's two FERC very specific filings here that I think we're maybe trying to be talked at one time. But so briefly on the NOPR, as Director Yoder indicated, so that has to do with in March, there was FERC issued proposed rule, making on transmission incentives. And what that mostly relates to is increasing financial incentives, in essence, to encourage transmission construction and new lines, new financial elements. There's kind of a background that motivates FERC to do this, and if you have questions on that, we can certainly discuss that. Some of the considerations that we have as OPPD is FERC has a cost benefit, or I should say a benefit cost rule of 1.25 to determine whether a project is economic, and SPP has pushed that down to 1.0. So SPP is, I would say, quite forward on determining whether new projects are necessary. And so they have created a great deal of projects. So for an example, over the past 10 to 12 years, SPP has approved over $10 billion of transmission construction in the footprint, partly to accommodate changing resource mix and energy market congestion. But with that, I would say we do question whether the transmission incentives that FERC is suggesting are necessary, at least in the SPP footprint. They may be helpful and necessary in other areas. SPP, with the amount of wind that we have, I would say SPP is quite progressive in transmission construction and determining new projects. The comments for this are due June 25th, so we still have a month and a half or so to finalize our comments.
Very good. Thank you. And then the updating of the board on comments like that, how does that happen? How does that happen?
So, for example, through the director's update, we provide information through that. And in the PI committee, as discussions occur, certainly through that avenue as well.
Okay, very good. And then you said there was a second element with FERC. Oh, I'm sorry. Did anybody else have any questions about that, NOPR? Okay, go ahead, Joe, for the second element.
Sure. You bet. So Director Williams touched on the net metering item, and that was specifically New England Ratepayers Association, NERA, some people call it, filed with FERC here recently, in essence, petitioning FERC to issue a declaratory order on whether FERC has jurisdiction over net metering customers. Some of the elements that they call out is they don't believe NERA felt and contended in their filing that net metering customers should not be compensated for things like accredited capacity, transmission, distribution, ancillary services, things of that nature, when net metering customers generally provide non-firm energy. And furthermore, NERA asserted that when net metering customers produce energy in excess of their load at any point in time, they believe that that's a wholesale sale and therefore FERC jurisdictional. So, you know, again, those are not my opinions, those are NERA's opinions and what they put in their filings. So we are reviewing that. The comment deadline for this particular one is June 15th, and so we're working with our industry partners to make sure we have a well-informed opinion on this one as well.
Thank you, and that was in our director's update. Director Williams, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I guess just making sure we understand the potential scope of the ruling by FERC on that. That if the petition were carried forward, I guess I want to be careful with my language here, but that would basically mean national level regulation and removing state level regulation for any existing net metering policies or existing net metering customers. Is that an accurate summary?
Maybe slightly overreaching. So it would just have to do with excess energy produced by a net metering customer, not necessarily, you know, all the retail rates pertaining to a net metering customer.
So did you have a quick follow-up, Eric?
No, and I guess I'm just curious about the timeline when we might know what OPPD's position is or how we are participating in that with regards to APPA or LPPC. I mean, you mentioned director's updates. Since the timeline on this one is, you know, had to be extended, I'm just curious how the timing of updates and discussion here relates to our engagement on this topic.
Well, I think this is this is Tim. I think this is a great example of the fluid around this whole kind of policy regulatory kind of framework is. You know, given the interest of the board in this is something when we position our support, whether it's an APPA or LPPC or whether we submit something on our behalf to NARUC or FERC on this. What we'll do is we'll share that with the board as we submit that. And
let me get some more information so I can help you with that.
Well, thank you for that. That was very, very nice timing on that. But we'll share what we submit, either in support of either an association or if we do something on our own behalf to FERC on that filing, on that NOPR, then we'll make sure we share that with the board as soon as we make that filing.
Yeah, so thank you for that, Tim. I think you're right in this example. June 15th is after the June board meeting. We will be talking about net metering. It is part of the legislative resolution. So I think I think this is a discussion that is raised today, and we have opportunity to sort out the details in the coming weeks a little bit.
Yep, I would agree.
Looking for hands. I don't see them. With that, thank you everybody for your comments. Thank you for allowing me to talk, to raise the FERC issues. Thank you everyone on the team for responding. And with that, PI is done.
All right, thank you, Director Yoder. That moves us on to governance. Director McGuire, you are up.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give we had a governance pre-committee meeting that we met via WebEx on Thursday, May 7th, and we discussed 6 items. 2 items we actually delayed, but we discussed the transportation contract update. And then we also discussed the Strategic Vision 2050 and initiative updates that has to do with decarbonization. And Scott presented this, and the goal of the Strategic Vision 2050 is to mutually align all OPPD initiatives and capital investments to the goal of net zero carbon by 2050. This is exactly, we were talking about strategic planning. Previously, many times it's been brought up, and I'm going to hand this over a little bit to Scott to give a few comments on it. The other directors will be updated on this, but I think it's important that Scott sort of talks about this, because this is exactly what everybody always wants to go to, is this net zero carbon by 2050, and how are we going to achieve that? And that's why we've got Scott and his team. Scott?
Excellent. Great. Thank you, Director McGuire. Taking a step back really briefly, I want to highlight a few things. One is that in July of 2015, the board passed BL1, which is the Board President and Chief Executive Officer relationship. And it was really the first time that the board had identified or defined what a relationship that it wanted to have with strategic planning. And high level, it said that the board would coordinate with the President and Chief Executive Officer to identify and define the vision and mission of OPPD and establish the strategic directives. And that the CEO would lead in coordination with the board the development and implementation of OPPD's vision, mission, and value. What's interesting is that term coordination, what it meant in 2015 and what it meant in 2016 and 17 and 18 has really continued to evolve, and to really understand those expectations of the board and to listen to that has been a really wonderful opportunity and challenge. I think that has been the opportunity for us to continue to review and refine and enhance our strategic planning efforts centered around that term coordination. The refinement of SD7 really pointing towards net zero carbon by 2050 provided, I think, an interesting opportunity for us. And that was, what will OPPD look like in 2050? We want it to be, where will we go, and how will we align everything that we do, as you were highlighting, Director McGuire, toward that North Star. There's some great plans around us, like Omaha 2040, and other considerations that we have an opportunity here to really engage in a meaningful way with our community, and really open up to a different type of engagement around this future vision. We're in the process right now of developing a process for board and stakeholder engagement around this. We have a target to get really clear about that vision by first quarter of 2021. Ultimately, our long-term plans will be built around this and align with efforts such as asset management, capital planning, facilities planning, etc. And the current strategic initiatives that we have, which are really built around a 10-year vision, will nest and align really neatly underneath this. I want to talk a little bit about those initiatives, those 5 initiatives. And through June of October, we had presented to the public these 5 initiatives. Each initiative has an executive sponsor, and they walk through what it is that we're thinking. As a result of that, we have established a cross-functional team of OPPD leaders, and those folks are working really hard to make sure that we have a clear understanding of the scope, the resources, the timing, the milestones, everything that we really need to be able to do in light of everything else that we have going on across the organization in order to make those initiatives work, in order to execute them effectively and well. To begin that we prioritize the initiatives with the initial focus on decarbonization. I'd also be remiss if I didn't mention the fact that in September we hired Bob Kaminsky, a 26-year Marine Corps veteran, to join us, and he has a long, outstanding history in terms of strategic planning, logistics planning, and execution. What we're doing right now is we're trying to build a portfolio, a clear portfolio, with very clear milestones and things around which we can then provide a thoughtful cadence for update to the board to understand where we are with regards to those 5 initiatives, and ultimately how those 5 initiatives fit into the long-term vision. I think it's important to share this now because on Thursday, the board will receive an update from Mary Fisher and Jeremy Bowers on pathways to decarbonization. It'll provide you some level of insight in terms of the type of work that we've been working on for the past months across all 5 initiatives. It'll also provide a foundation for us to be able to come back to the board of directors on a regular cadence and basis to provide update in terms of how we're executing against that. So that's kind of my brief update around that. I mean, 3 real points as we're evolving what it is, what strategic planning is for the district. We're certainly elevating levels of engagement and thoughts in terms of how we do it, both for the board and for the public. And we want to be able to provide that type of oversight to provide you assurance ultimately that what we've said we're going to be executing, we are, and an opportunity for questions and discussion around that. I would ask my boss, Mr. Burke, if he has any additional comments at this point in time in terms of what we're talking about there.
No, exactly. I mean, I think this is our ongoing conversation and communication about kind of where we are on these strategic initiatives, related work as it relates to the strategic directives the board have set out. So we'll do a little deeper dive in the I think before the president's report this coming Thursday, just to give the board and the public, an opportunity to kind of see the depth and the breadth of the work that we're going through right now. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Tim and Scott. I think I like the term, we're looking toward that North Star and doing all of this. Are there any comments from any of the other directors?
I'll make a quick comment that echoes what I said in governance, and that is the importance of understanding the difference between a strategic vision, a strategic plan, strategic directives. Ongoing strategic thinking is, something that's extraordinarily important. So understanding that like the strategic vision is not the 3-year plan, right? And making sure that we understand how all those things fit together and align is going to be really important so that we can set our expectations right when it comes to what the vision might look like. That's all I've got.
I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, in following on what Craig mentioned there, is there? I'm really kind of struggling to wrap my head around kind of the different areas where Craig had been talking there: strategic directive, vision, all the initiatives. Is there possibly a visual way that this can be described, Scott? Or I guess I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding how each of these feed into each other, and maybe what we understand to be the timeline for, SDs have an annual monitoring report, but the strategic vision is is there a review and an update process? And I'm sure that this is all in development, but I guess I'm just from what I've heard in brief, few second summaries in the past, and then some more today, I don't have a full understanding of kind of how these all relate and how one feeds into the other. So that might not even be a question, but I guess I'm just trying to make sure that I'm understanding it.
I appreciate the thoughtfulness of the discussion. And I know that these are recurring and that their different board members have different questions around that. So what I will say is that over the course of the next month, our intention is to figure out how to meaningfully connect and kind of answer those individual questions to create alignment. I can just say with confidence that there is a process in place and this all aligns, but how to create that understanding and how to create awareness both for the board and the public is very important. So our goal really is to be able to do that, to do it effectively, and to really have a conversation over the course of the next month and then in public as well, so that it can answer those, so that those questions can be answered for the public.
And Director Williams, we will have a diagram that will kind of show you how these things, you know, if someone told me you can always explain anything in a Venn diagram, it'll be pretty close to that, but we'll kind of identify how these things kind of overlap with each other and how they enhance each other as we kind of move forward. So on Thursday, you're going to see that diagram. Actually, when we put it into Diligent, the board will have the opportunity to see that as we are in a position to finalize that and put it in Diligent. You'll have an opportunity to see that. So.
And Tim, you mentioned placement in Diligent. Is that something that will be included in the president's report on Thursday that will be available publicly? Or I guess I just want to make sure I'm understanding what information.
Yeah, I think it'll be separate than the president's report. I think it'll be a separate item that we want to do as a kind of a public presentation. Scott, is that, I think that's how we kind of left that, is to make it very clear this is around our strategic initiatives. And so there'll be an agenda item on that. We'll talk about that when we get to the agenda on Thursday as well.
That's correct. There's a separate item on the Thursday's agenda for pathways to decarbonization, which will provide you a perspective of the detailed work that's gone into that. In order to tee that up, we will include a chart that provides the perspective, at least conceptually, of how it all comes together. That's not going to be the point of that conversation, and I suspect it's going to raise additional questions, even potentially. So I want to make sure that while we're beginning to tee this up conceptually, we carve out the right kind of time to allow for discussions in terms of demonstrating how this all comes together.
If there are no other questions on that, Scott, I'm going to ask you to briefly discuss agenda planning. That was on our agenda, but the committee deferred the discussion due to time. And Craig and I and Scott are going to be meeting to determine timing for future discussion. But maybe you want to comment on that, Scott?
Yeah, high level, it was just a question of what are the practices and processes that go into the development of board agendas, this all committees and meeting agenda. That's in front of you. And there's certainly some level of formal practice, but as with any organization or effort, there's a lot of informal practices that have been identified as well. So how do we begin to surface that, review that, and become very intentional and transparent around it? So that's really the focus of that item.
And then as far as governance assessment, follow up on next steps. Again, we deferred this because of time, and we're going to be discussing that too between Chair Moody and I and you. If you want to maybe comment on that a little bit to get some comments from the other directors, Scott.
Yeah, if I would just say high level, as was made aware during the annual review of the board in August, there's a type of survey that goes out to better understand those opportunities to refine and enhance overall governance effectiveness. And this item refers to that. Ultimately, what we're trying to do is surface those areas where we can build upon the good governance practices of this board, continue to refine them, and understand what senior team can be doing to enhance those practices, as well as the board identifying for itself what practices could be enhanced. So there was an initial conversation that took place in March. And this is really intended to follow up with that, to summarize thoughts and some level of action, and to really bring those back into the governance retreat in August as well.
Great. If there's no comments on that, I can move to the next thing that we discussed, which was executive compensation. A while back, at the request of the board, we asked Mart Secchi to present to us recommendations for executive compensation with the goal of to support retention of senior leaders for the committee's consideration. They did have a presentation. They did have a suggestion for us, and the plan was that Mart is going to meet with the other 4 directors and to discuss this in detail. We have to sort of discuss a path forward on this. Especially considering the COVID situation, whether or not this is the right time or what is the timing on this. Mart, I don't know if you want to mention anything or add to any of that.
That was pretty thorough. I will plan on scheduling those meetings with the remaining directors so that we can have some conversation about the options we've reviewed and a potential recommendation.
Great, thanks so much.
Thank you.
Any other comments on any of that? Okay. With that, then the last thing we discussed was the CEO performance review, which we're going to be discussing in closed session. And that sort of ends my governance report for now. Other than the ratification of the decision to conduct the April board meeting, that is going to be on the agenda, but that will, that will not be an action item. Anything else? Any other business? I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you, Director McGuire. Okay, just a quick check-in. I've sent a couple chats out with respect to next steps in our agenda. So we'll handle other business right now, which includes 2 items: confirmation of our board meeting agenda and the Power with Purpose update. Those are both scheduled for 5 minutes apiece, so we should be quick. We will then go through the motion to go into closed session. Once we get into closed session, we'll take a 10-minute break for everybody, and that way our amazing assistants that are driving the technology can lock the meeting and do everything they need to, so that we're all squared away while we're stepping away and getting coffee. And then we've got 2 items on closed session: the Power with Purpose update, scheduled for 60 minutes, and then, as Director McGuire mentioned, the CEO performance review. So let's go through the confirmation of the board meeting agenda now. Director Bogner, I believe, had already requested that we take the SD3 and move that to a board discussion action item.
Correct.
Any other items, numbers 6 through 11, that need to get pulled down for board discussion on Thursday? Going once, going twice. Okay, so I think we're squared away. We'll pull that down and call the agenda final and get that distributed as needed. Thank you for that. And now I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Fisher for a quick Power with Purpose update.
Thank you, Director Moody. I just wanted to give a quick update. We did not prepare any slides for the presentation on a public session at this point in time. It's really just a quick verbal update to let both the board of directors know, as well as the community, that we are continuing to work diligently. We continue to work on the modeling and how we integrate all of the technical issues and I shouldn't say issues, how we model all of the technical requirements that we need to, that are coming from the bids that we've done on the solar and on the information that we're gathering on the gas side of the business. And so we don't really have an update other than to say we're continuing on here in May. And we hope that by the June board meeting, we can have a more public conversation about the results of those and how we're going to move forward on the Power with Purpose. With that ends my report, and I would take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the open portion of our meeting. So as I noted this morning, we will conduct a closed session now to discuss 2 items: Power with Purpose and the CEO performance review. Director McGuire, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
Yes, I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 2:04 p.m., to discuss an update on Power with Purpose and the CEO performance review. With respect to the update on the Power with Purpose generation resource projects, a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing and types of and locations of resources that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. With respect to the performance review of President and CEO Timothy J. Burke, a closed session is necessary to discuss performance and compensation matters and to prevent needless energy to the reputation of Mr. Burke, and Mr. Burke has not requested a public meeting. The motion requires a second to move forward.
Need a second?
Second.
That was Dr. Wagner. Got a second?
All right. Can you all hear me?
We can.
All right, I will do the roll call. Bogner,
Yes.
Director Kavanaugh is absent. Gay. Is Director Gay still on the line?
You know, we were chatting a second ago, so he might have slipped away.
He's raised his hand.
Tim, you may want to unmute if you're not muted on your end.
He's muted.
Okay.
I guess he abstains.
Okay. Director McGuire,
Yes.
Molhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Williams. I see your hand.
Yes.
And Director Yoder.
Yes.
All right, motion carries.
Motion to go into closed session is passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding power with purpose and the CEO performance review. No votes or other action will be taken. A couple things. We take our break first. Since Director Gay is looking around somewhere but not available, he is not, as I think we've talked about every month, he has recused himself from all conversations related to power with purpose. So he will not be attending this, but he will be rejoining us when it comes time for the CEO performance review. Now that we're in closed session, public attendees and non-power with purpose staff will be removed from the WebEx event. We're going to stop the event recording. And host responsibility, that'll get transferred to you, Mo, and you're going to go ahead and take control of the meeting. Lock it once we've got all the right people. So we're going to take a break for about 10 minutes. So let's come back at, I've got 2:07, so 2:17. We'll come back at 2:17 to convene in closed session.
All right, I am going to stop the recording.
Thank you, Lauren.
Yep, you're welcome.